the onion nuggets. Don't care. We just say fuck it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was regaling Paul with some wisdom earlier. I want to share with you guys too. I want you guys to know the stuff I learned. All right, you guys, check this out. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Can't argue with that.
What more do you even need? Show over. Goodbye.
Yep. There's your daily onion nugget of wisdom.
Yeah.
Dude, I gotta fucking, before we get started, I gotta tell you a little bit about the nightmare I had last night.
Okay. Like an actual nightmare, or
yes.
like a
okay. I had a nightmare last night for sure.
Dude, I had a racist nightmare last night. Mine's really brief, so should I put it as a cap
go ahead.
Or should it be like an appetizer before yours?
I got to go find a visual aid for mine. So tell yours.
Okay. So mine's very brief. This is the nightmare that let me know I have some racism left. Okay. Because here's the nightmare. I looked out my window, and there was a pickup truck, and getting out of the pickup truck was a black dude. And I was like,
wow, before you go on, we both had nightmares about black dudes.
Okay, well, in mine, he didn't do anything. He just got out of his pickup truck, and I was so scared. I woke up like, black dude in a pickup truck in my driveway. Like, wait, that's pretty racist, TJ. Uh-oh.
Jesus.
I know, right? I'm just like, he didn't even do nothing. I'm just like, oh my God, no.
What the fuck, TJ?
I don't know, man.
You are a racist.
I woke up, I felt bad about myself. I'm like, all right. I gotta still work on some shit. I guess it's not all good.
I mean, maybe I'm racist too. I don't know. You'll have to decide.
I mean, it seems like at least the black dude in your dream did something, right?
Yes, he did. I had a nightmare about this man right here.
This dude right here.
This guy's name is Badlands Chugs.
Okay.
He used to be like a competitive eater, but now he just does like chugging challenges where he chugs a bunch of soda or whatever.
So now he's a competitive chugger?
Yeah, he's like, I've been watching him for a couple of years. He just got like recommended to me one time. And so every time he comes up on my recommended, I watch him. I watched him last night, and he's got this intro that is, quite frankly, like, to me, it's an existential nightmare. I don't know if you'll feel the same.
Okay.
You got to watch the intro first.
Okay. Don't touch that mouse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So this is this guy's intro, right? So
right. He turns the world into a giant bottle of water.
Yeah, he chugs the planet. He chugs the planet and then has a big belch after it, right? So, like, I will fall asleep with my phone like right next to my head sometimes, just listening to things on YouTube. And I try and take autoplay off so that when I'm asleep, it won't keep. But last night I left autoplay on it. Somehow my phone just got on a Badlands Chugs loop.
Yeah, okay.
While I was asleep. And so I was hearing him, and he has this very distinctive way of speaking. Here, I'll let you listen to him talk for a second.
You're watching Badlands Chugs.
He's kind of like,
what's good, folks, and welcome back to Badlands Chugs. Oh man, thanks for coming by, and this is going to be a good one, ladies and gentlemen.
So
I get it.
He's kind of whispery. He's kind of very like calm way of talking, and he'll whisper too. He'll be like, "Oh yeah, this gonna be good." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
shit like that. So I was dreaming that I was, I don't even know how to put it other than to say that, like, I was on this globe.
Uh-huh.
I was in the world, and I heard him whispering like, "Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, this is going to be so good. I'm so excited about this." And I could hear it everywhere. I went outside and I could see this motherfucker's big ass hand and face in the sky. Reaching down and grabbing the earth and like tipping it back. And I was on the planet. All these earthquakes are happening. People are screaming, running in the streets. And his big old smiling mug is in the sky. And his big old paw coming down. Like, it was one of the craziest nightmares I've ever had. I mean, it sounds funny.
Yeah, but it does sound creepy as fuck, though. It can be funny and scary because, yeah, that would be pretty fucking scary.
So don't leave your phone on at night because this is like it's like a totally modern problem.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like this would never happen to somebody pre-internet or whatever.
Well, you know, you could have had like the TV on or something. You know,
maybe I get, but this wouldn't be on it though.
Right, but I mean, like you might have fucking had something where you incorporated something from the TV into your dream or something, like, you know. But there usually wasn't shit this crazy on TV where like some giant dude drinks the fucking earth, you know.
One of the things about this dude is that you have to listen for it. And I don't know if it does it in this video or not, but you sometimes, like when he finishes his drink, it makes the noise that your toilet makes when it's sucking a big turd down. Like you hear that like gurgle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just sounds like a toilet bowl when he's flushing this fucking soda down him. Yeah, this guy, he bothers me, clearly.
Yeah.
So that was my dream last night.
Man.
Badlands chugged the planet.
Yeah, that's brutal. It's a scary but yet pretty funny dream. I mean, probably not funny what was happening, but you know.
No, it was pretty scary when it was happening. He's just up there whispering to himself.
It's gonna be good.
Oh.
This is the 10 greatest farts on live TV.
Yeah, this is a leftover from the pleb show. So premium goal here. I found this. It's actually kind of hard to find videos of public farts that aren't fake. Because what a lot of people will do because they think they're clever and funny is they'll find
a moment where someone like adjusted
pauses
their seat or something,
or like scoots
kind of like
a little,
made like a weird face for a second. Then just be like add like a.
As far as I can tell, these are all real.
These are all legit farts.
And as a result, you gotta listen for them because it's not like they're farting right in the mic, you know.
Right. You know, they're like subtle. Right.
Right.
I boosted the volume up a bit. Yeah, Barney Frank. Is he still alive? I can't remember if he's still alive.
I think he's still alive.
I know he's like retired or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think he's dead or anything.
He was one of the first openly gay.
Yeah, he's not dead senators. Or anything. I don't think he's he's not in office anymore. He left office in 2013. Hey, you know, did he actually retire or did he fucking just get kicked out? Because if he retired, good on him for not sticking around until he's 1,000.
Yeah,
but anyway,
we have to figure out, all right, what do we do from here? And you're right, we've got to get some jobs, and we have to deal with.
That was
Did you hear it?
Yeah, I did. I heard it and I saw it happen.
Yeah, you know? he lifted up to do the one cheek sneak.
Yeah, but it was no sneak.
Nope, it was. Oh man, that was a meaty one.
Yeah, that was fucking.
It was beefy.
Vicious. Yeah, listen to that again.
We have to figure out, all right, what do we do from here? And you're right, we've got to get some jobs, and we have to.
I think the medium that is in the chair was not a friend to him in this one. I think he was sitting on a chair that was not conducive to this kind of fart. You know.
Yeah, he died in 2013.
He did? Okay. I guess I was wrong then.
Yeah, he left the house in 2011 and died 2 years later.
All right.
So there you go.
Wow, this is weird because his Wikipedia just says he was born on. It usually says a date of death.
Wait.
Yeah.
Am I reading this wrong?
I think so because it just says it only lists a birth date for him. It doesn't list a death date on his Wikipedia page.
Oh,
so
okay. Well, I was just
alive.
It
says he's aged 82 now, so he must have just retired, or I don't know if maybe he was defeated for office, but I don't think he's dead.
Maybe he was ashamed of this fart and he ran from it.
He was like, he's just like, you know, ever since he had like a lisp. Ever since that fart, I just decided it's not worth it no more. That was a terrible Barney Frank impression, but whatever.
Dude, Peyton's here. Peyton got butthurt in the chat.
More like Gayton
during the last show because me and Scotty were kind of good-naturedly ripping on him, and the chat joined in. He was like, "Oh, guys, I do a good job, and I've done over 50 episodes."
Deal with the debt, and there's one way to do it.
We are today spending $140 billion a year, approximately, on Afghanistan and Iraq to no good.
He'll be back. Last night, round 2, I was around 2 o'clock in the morning, you see, G. Jesus, I was flipping channel on ESPN2. They had 50.
So I don't think that was him that farted. I think that was like one of his co-anchors or something off camera.
Because he fucking reacts to it, but then he kind of like, I think, tries to make it seem like he's reacting to something else.
Yeah.
Jesus, well, you know.
All-American high school dunk contest. It was the year LeBron won it anyway. I noticed a certain kid from Homer, Louisiana, dunked on people's head. The kid was Von Wafer. He's not a kid anymore. When he splashed 20 on the heads of the Gators, that's going to happen.
He's having trouble keeping it together.
Without question, the guy we all expected would fill the very large shoes that left behind. Sure, the early season troubles led some to question Wafer's ability.
Yeah, he's like continuously fucking giggling.
This would be me too. There's no way that I could remain professional in the face of like somebody ripping a big fucking bag of ass, you know?
And
Wafer has stepped up. His goal is scoring. It's clear, and so goes Wafer. So go the Knowles.
Just try to work a little bit harder, do extra, and just trying to show on the court. Just try to help my teammates.
I don't know why they're showing so much extra footage.
Yeah, I feel like the fart happened. Is there like, like why are we still watching this?
Maybe he farts again. Maybe he says something about it.
I mean, I like to be a leader. You know, that's my role. Then fine.
I'm gonna see if there was a reason to include all this.
Check it out, some big time college basketball.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's still
losing
it. He's losing it more as time goes on. Like the fart is not. It wasn't like he giggled and moved on. It's like the fart has become funnier and funnier the more he's had to hold back this laughter.
Well, yeah, because that always makes something funnier.
Yeah, like if you're not allowed to laugh.
Yeah, if you're not supposed to laugh or whatever, then it makes...
You watch those blooper reels with like people on like a TV show or something, and like they get the giggles, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like they cannot fucking stop.
Because they're trying so hard to stop.
Right. You know, it'd be better off if you just said like, look, just go off and get it out of your system, you know? Go fucking laugh about it for fucking 5 minutes and then come back.
Cross-court pass.
Georgia Tech in Miami. That's Guillermo Diaz. He is going to hit a 3 there. He had 27. Miami off to a good start. Georgia Tech with a big first half. Will Bynum, he'll hit that. He had 21. 1-0 in the ACC, 80-69.
He was able to bring it back at the end.
Put on your dancing shoes. That's including business. The delight of it all. On Wall Street.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Oh, boy.
Christopher Hitchens farts on hardball.
This is a good one. Because he's not bothered by it at all. He just, you know, he's Christopher Hitchens. What are you going to do? Dude, turn that volume up. I see it's down to like one little bar. Crank that, Soulja Boy.
It was just really loud. So
was it?
I think does show that there's a decline in certainty among those who claim to be of faith, and I think we can all probably agree on that. The one thing he didn't mention that I think he should have done or should have stressed more is another very important salient recent change, namely our work.
Salient recent change.
It's just all business with him, you know what I mean? Like he was just like, and I've got to pass wind here real quick to continue my thought. Yes, and salient change, yes.
Pip, pip, cheerio.
Worst enemy in the world, the one that most seeks to destroy stress more, is another very important salient recent change, namely
this little instant fart replay.
Recent change, salient, recent change, salient, recent change.
Spitting fire at both ends.
Our worst enemy, salient.
You know what the funniest thing is about this is that fart was more intelligent than like most of the things you'll hear on Hardball, you know?
Yeah.
That was probably one of the smartest things ever said on Hardball right there.
Hardball said it with Chris Matthews. Remember the time Christopher Hitchens went on Hardball and said with his ass.
Namely our worst enemy.
Ew. By JQ is awesome.
Saw me, I doubt it. Anyway, next week is
Regis.
That was Regis.
That was definitely Regis, dude. Look at her.
There's no way that noise came out of Kelly Ripa. No matter if her last name might be Ripa. But no.
If Kelly Ripa feels a fart coming on, she just clenches those booty cheeks till the end of the fucking show.
Right.
But
She's got those tight cheeks.
And she's just like, no, I will not fart today. I will not be known as Kelly Ripa with a fucking extra emphasis on my last name. But Regis, I mean, you just look at him. He's just like, he's like an old man here. He's just like kind of like, so, he just like, he hasn't changed his expression from this like rictus grin since we fucking joined in. So I know it was his ass, dude.
We're doing something around here called
what is this
Kelly's
all about?
Thanksgiving.
What is this all about?
Oh, man.
Yeah, Kelly. Did you hear that? Kelly, I just ripped a fucking fart, just like your name. Kelly ripped a fart. Did you smell it? Can you smell it?
He gassed her out, too. She's sitting there having, like, what a professional.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got to say, out of all the people, barring, of course, Christopher Hitchens, who did not give a fuck. You know what I mean? Kelly Ripa shows why she makes the big bucks right there.
Yeah, I mean, like you see, like that's the difference between a local news anchor and a fucking goddamn nationally syndicated, news personality. Because
I got to tell you, man, if I was sitting next to Regis Philbin and he let out one of those loose, disgusting old man farts, there's no way I'm not calling him on it, and laughing my ass off.
Dude, it's been great. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like aging or like dietary changes or what, but my farts lately have been fucking rank.
I mean, if you're eating a lot more vegetables and shit, like veggies and like that fibrous shit.
I've been chugging that V8 and shit, so that's probably too.
That's definitely working around.
Man. So now, like, even my smallest fart has like an insane power level. Like Chelsea told me the other day that I smell like an open sewer line. It was great.
I love it.
Me too.
Slut för den här veckan, men ni ser på måndag igen. Hej då!
She thought she could get away with it.
Yeah,
should have coughed or something. Should have been like, yeah, try to get away with it that way.
Everybody relies on the one cheek sneak too much, and like, dude, it's not enough. Like, if I want to get a guaranteed whisper of a fart, you got to do the one cheek sneak, but then I got to reach in there and like pull my ass apart a little bit too. I got to help it. If I reach up underneath myself and pull that cheek open a little more, I can get the little, the old silent whistler,
Yeah,
that's what she's going for, because that ain't gonna pick up on a hot mic. But damn.
But now she totally miscalculated something.
She blew her drawers out with that one.
Because it wasn't long, but it was fucking sharp.
It was powerful. Yeah, you can tell there's a lot of pressure built up behind now.
Yeah, it's like, like a big old, it's like when you have like the bubble wrap with the big bubbles, you just pop one of the big bubbles in the bubble wrap. Like,
oh, man.
Not good. And she didn't even do it at the right moment. She did it literally between two words to like almost like frame it for attention,
This was not well planned.
Yeah, and she's just like, okay, well.
She knows she's done it. Oh yeah, now she's trying to blame it on the chair.
She's embarrassed. The chair is, the chair did. She like tried to like recreate the sound with the chair to like. It was the chair. She's not even looking at the camera. She's just like, oh god.
I don't know what she is. Is she like Norwegian or something?
I don't know.
I bet a Norwegian
something.
I bet a Norwegian or Swedish or Finnish fart is probably like pretty stank. You know what I mean? Because
it's got like fish in it.
Yeah, they eat lots of fish, like rotten. They'll literally like hang fish out and let it rot and eat that shit. Call it surströmming. Dude, I bet there's some. I bet that's a cheesy. It's everybody's saying it's Swedish. Okay, well, I'm glad somebody knows.
She's a Swedish chef. Breakfast show embarrassing fart, but who did it?
See you later. More than 2 million people in the UK put money.
She did it.
You think it was her?
Yep.
I don't know. The guy leaned back right when it happened.
Yeah, but I look at her face when this goes down.
All right.
Look at the fucking look at the poker face she's trying to wear, and she doesn't react to it with any surprise whatsoever.
Right.
Thank you. See you later. More than 2 million people in the UK. They put money.
Look at that fucking expression on her face just before too. She like her eyes widen a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was her.
Dude, it was her. You know what she was trying to do? She's leaning forward, right?
Yeah.
She's got her butthole off the chair. So she's thinking like, okay, what I'm gonna do? Slow release. She's going for that whole, she's like going for the like, all right, my butthole is up off the chair. I'm gonna push just ever so slightly and delicately to just kind of like barely open up the butthole, a little tiny sliver to just kind of like,
yeah.
But she miscalculated and it was just, it's like, fuck.
Into Irish banks, often attracted by good interest rates. But the news that
it's definitely her, dude. 100 goddamn %.
I bet most of the people blame the dude. You know?
I know. That's the thing is you're instinctively, you want to blame him. But like, you just look at that expression. Look at the way her eyes widen just before the fart happens.
million people in the UK.
You see that shit? Larry King farts like, dude, Larry King was 1,000-year-old mummy on this show. I'm surprised there isn't a whole compilation of Larry King farts. The fact that there's only one just shows his consummate professionalism, all right?
Agreed.
Investigations and in New York.
Now, I mean, he was a softball interviewer, but, you know, you got to respect the man's, like, fucking insanely long decades and decades of career. You know, because he fucking kept it going.
Didn't he get canceled at the end?
I don't know. He did go to the internet. Was that a result of like some kind of cancel? Because I know he was a horn dog. I know he liked. I know he was DTF as hell. So.
Well, he had like 15 wives, or some shit.
He like got a new wife every like 5 or 6 years. It was like, why? Here's another wife for Larry. Larry's tired of this pussy. New pussy.
Is Robert Malley, who served as special assistant to President Clinton for Arab-Israeli affairs, is now director of the Middle East and North Africa program for the International Crisis Group. Let's get first the thoughts of...
Did I ever have a talk show? There's going to be mics in the chairs so that if someone even tries to sneak a fart, you'll hear even the whisper fart. You'll hear even the... Tss.
So like Deadline or whatever said that his departure was due to his age and his declining ratings, but there were also a bunch of cancellation things going on about him, including, I guess, a rumor that he had an affair with his sister-in-law.
Oh, shit.
And they thought he was a liability, so they canceled him.
You know what, dude? He's Larry King, man. Like, he would have been uncancelable. He would have had to like been doing some like next level Hitler shit to get canceled.
One would think, yeah.
Because like, even if he's like, he fucked his sister-in-law or whatever, if you just be like, you know, he's fucking Larry King, dude. What do you want?
Larry King.
He's if you as 1,000-year-old mummy are out there fucking still, people just kind of like look at that like, you know what? Good for you. Not super ethical and shit, but like, goddamn, man. I'm glad that your 100-year-old ass is still out there slaying poon, man. That's cool.
But somebody's, you know, still enjoying themselves at that age.
Yeah, you know, it's like an inspiration to the rest of us.
Rohrback, on what you've heard so far, you see any optimism here?
I'm listening to a lot of people who don't really have anything to say about.
You know what? In Larry's defense, out of all of them, this one did sound like it might have been a chair creak.
Yeah, I didn't even hear it. Did it already happen? I was still waiting for it. Oh, hold on. Let me see. I guess I missed it.
Let's get first the thoughts of Congressman Rohrback on what you've heard so far. You see any optimism?
Oh.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, I don't know.
It also sounds like it may come out of like a dry ass old mummy's ass, you know?
That's true. I mean, I think it was a fart, but I can't really say definitively because that really could have just been like a weird like chair adjust moment. But
this is a contentious one, yeah.
Yeah, it's not as clear cut as the others.
Here.
And no one reacts to the sound at all, so I don't know.
I'm listening to a lot of people who don't really have anything to say about being having an aggressive.
He seems like he might be a little amused.
Yeah, a little nonplussed by the fart.
Policy.
I don't know about that one. Not 100% sure. Larry King farts live.
Another Larry King, or is this just
the credits for the one we just watched?
This fart had like, that's how you know Larry King was important because his fart had credits. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like, if you fart and then afterwards there's like a credit scroll, that's how you know you've made it.
Yep.
End up knowing that if you turn your head away, he's going to try to put something over on you, slip something in.
Yeah.
And you end up participating.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
Who's slipping what in now? What?
Just a minute now. He's going to do something. I understand what he's up to now, and you really start to watch what's happening. That's the other thing about the humor is you have to pay attention to it.
Yeah. Leslie Nielsen is the greatest. Oh, rest in peace, Leslie. Oh, man. The best timing, the best, like, straight man timing in the game.
Oh, my God, yeah. Dude, he started off as dramatic actor, had no comedy chops whatsoever. At least not that I know of. Maybe he was funny in private, but, like, he started off doing drama work, and then somehow they fucking... I don't know if it was Airplane. I guess it was probably Airplane, where they just realized this dude had this like insane gift for like treating absurd material with like this over the top seriousness that just made it even more funny.
Yeah.
Watching Leslie Nielsen fart on his talk show after giving that like pretty serious straight-laced answer to the question and then doing this look like almost as if like the noise came from somewhere out there in the ether, it's like,
like what was that?
Oh,
sounds a great film too. Sounds a great film to work on. Well, we'll chat more.
Anything you want to say, go ahead.
We'll chat more.
Wow.
Oh my God, just knocks the whole show so delightfully off the rails at that point.
Fucking fantastic, man.
Oh my God. He was great in Scream. Dude, he was great in literally every he was like one of these actors. And I said this about Brad Dourif last night, and I've said it about a few other actors here and there, but like there's certain people who I just like, I've never seen them not be fucking great, even if they're in a shit movie.
Oh yeah.
Like Leslie Nielsen was in some dog shit for sure, but he was always fucking great.
It's like, I'm trying to think of some other. I mean, for me, obviously, P.S. Hoffman. Like he was in some movies that weren't great, but he always shone in those.
Oh yeah,
roles.
I never saw. I mean, even when he was in that, even when he was in Mission Impossible 3.
Yeah,
and they gave him like literally no character to work with whatsoever. They just like made him like this very fucking super generic villain. But I assume paid him a lot of money. He like did bring something more to it than the script would even like had there. So.
True.
I mean, I feel like that was kind of cool. Like he just
Gary
brought like
Oldman
a matter of factness to it. Yeah, Gary Oldman. He's another great example. I can't think of a bad fucking role he did. Who else? There's really not many. Most people have at least turned on a few stinkers.
Yeah, it's true. Bob Hoskins.
I haven't really seen too much of his work, but I can't think of anything I saw him in where I was like, oh, he sucked.
He was in a bunch of shit.
Stay with us.
Yes. You're not going to ask me to leave, are you?
Well, maybe just like to go to the little ladies' room for a while, or the little gents' room, and then come back and just sort yourself
corrected
out.
That. Yes.
All right.
It was a drawer checker.
Right, now, bit of sanity.
It's a draw check.
Let's have a look at the weather now with Ulrika. She's out.
You know that was a stinker too.
She's in Wales this morning. She's in Larne and she's got her sunglasses on.
I'm so sorry about this. We're suffering from wind here as well.
Got him.
Damn. Oh, she got it too.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't go places, bish. That was some funny shit. You nailed it. Perfect.
Oh.
And a little bit of sunshine.
This is the greatest fucking clip I've ever seen, man. How have I never seen this clip before?
I don't know. I hadn't seen any of these.
This is brilliant. That was fucking great. Everything about what just happened was so perfect. I love it so much.
I can't keep my eyes open. I'm so sorry. I'll try to do it blind.
No, put your glasses
here
on.
In Larne, which is probably best known for its dinner.
Those cameras there, please. Dissipated a little bit nicer. Early evening, 6:10 Pacific Daylight Time here just outside of San Diego.
That's the audio quality on this one's so bad. I don't think we could hear it. I think it was somewhere there in the golf swing, maybe.
Was it? There's so much. There's some. Oh no, it was just there.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
I don't know who farted. I don't know if it was an announcer. It had to be one of the announcers, right?
Definitely an announcer.
That amounts like the British Open, but better. You were with us 8 days ago. A lot of those bounces and.
Oh, it was Tiger?
Did Tiger fart?
It might have been Tiger that farted.
Or did Tiger hear the fart?
Maybe he either overheard it or he did it, because that was a sheepish laugh there.
Oh, yeah.
Nom sent ball sideways.
That's Tiger's demure Asian side.
Can't even look at the camera. He's pretending like there's something interesting.
He's like, oh, man, look over there. That's where the
into thick rough.
I mean, that is where the stuff's happening. But whatever, you know.
There you go. Serious face back on.
He's group of 4 at age.
Until he's fighting it, though.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to laugh because he doesn't want to give away that he was the one that did it. He's standing right next to the announcer right there.
He who smelt it, dealt it.
The brown eye of the tiger.
Brown eye of the tiger, it's the fart in your pants. Speaking of farts, I'm actually feeling pretty good. Lexington man eating Taco Bell for 30 days, over halfway through. Slow news day in fucking wherever the fuck this is.
Yeah, for sure.
Lexington, Virginia. Not much going on. Guy's eating Taco Bell. He hasn't even done it yet. They're just like, he's 15 days in and he's feeling good, Tom. It's like, all right.
That's to be expected, though.
Yeah.
It is Lexington, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Introduce you to the
Lexington, Virginia.
An athlete turned filmmaker setting out to perform a supersize-like experiment where he will eat nothing but Taco Bell for 30 days straight to see if he can improve his health.
What?
That's what?
What?
It's like a dude saying like a guy's going to smoke as much as he can every day to see if he can quit smoking.
Yeah, he's gonna. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stab myself in the eyes with an ice pick every day to see if that will improve my vision. You know, Sandy.
DBJ7's Brittany Morgan caught up with the UVA grad earlier today, as he has.
Good for UVA, man. You know,
this is their top student. This is what they got going on at UVA.
This is valedictorian material right here.
Yes.
What's some guys eating nothing but fucking Taco Bell all day?
Remember, like 15 years ago when that dude ate nothing but McDonald's and like he made a movie and it was like pretty fucking good and stuff?
Do you realize how lucky we are to go to the fucking university where that guy ate nothing but Taco Bell for 30 days, bro?
Hell yeah. I mean, it's like pretty crazy that like he did that, you know? He's a pretty fucking smart dude, man. And you know, it actually did improve his health. He proved that Taco Bell is health food.
Thank you for choosing Taco Bell. May I help you?
Yes, I have a mobile order for Sam.
Taco Bell experiment continues.
Sam?
Remember this guy?
I'm about to eat Taco Bell for 30 days straight to see if I can actually become...
They have a severe storm going on, too. They're like, fuck that. We're covering something way more important. Taco Bell guy. Put that shit on the crawl.
Healthier while doing it.
Since we first met Sam Reed, the fast food chain completely took over his diet, as he's now more than
talk over. Come on. You had to reach so far for that one. You knew it wasn't worth it when you got there.
Yeah, that one is that's a forced fucking pun. Right
yeah,
there.
I mean, like you really had to push that pun out hard, you know.
It's like an Eminem lyric, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you know.
When he's reaching real hard for that rhyme.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Yeah, it's like that's window pane level shit, you know? Don't be doing that.
halfway through the month-long experiment.
And I'm actually feeling pretty good. I have the mango whip freeze. As of right now, I've actually been able to maintain my weight. Some numbers have been better than I was expecting, and some have been a little bit higher than I was expecting.
It took Reed a little over a week to order every item on the Taco Bell menu.
I've gotten to know the drive-thru employees pretty well, and we're on a first-name basis. Sometimes I'll pull up to the drive-thru speaker, and instead of hearing, "Thank you for choosing Taco Bell," I'll hear them say, "Hey, Sam, you can go ahead and pull around."
Reed's been getting a lot of
I know them so well, bro. Journalism puns, dude. I don't mind a journalism pun. I don't mind puns in general, but when you gotta reach that fucking far and that hard, talk over his diet, like that's come on. You've gone to that level of fucking cringe from which there is no return. All right.
Dude, this is like the sad universe Cheers right here.
Oh yeah.
You know, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, but it's like the fucking Taco Bell drive-through instead of a cool old bar.
They should need to play like the sad, like Tori Amos version of the Cheers theme song or something. You know, like she did the sad version of the Nirvana song "Smells Like Teen Spirit" or whatever. She just needs to do a sad version of the Cheers theme song where it's like, where everybody knows your name, with sad piano tinkling in the background, you know?
Yeah.
And they're always glad you came. And it just shows this dude eating Taco Bell, but he's in black and white, you know?
attention for his experiment, including a mention on a late-night television.
This is not an experiment.
No.
This is not a fucking experiment, bro. Like, quit calling it a fucking experiment. That gives it a level of dignity that it does not fucking deserve, okay?
Show.
I hated that Shrek-looking CNN pun woman. I kind of loved that bitch because she was so ridiculous that even if the story wasn't interesting, we could always make fun of her puns.
True.
It's been really fun. I've had friends from different parts of the country reach out to me and say that they saw the story on their local news station, which has been really exciting. I think with some of the coverage, you get a lot of people weighing in on different...
There's so many fucking people out there that are desperate for fucking fame, right?
Yep.
That have done like some crazy shit, even developed like some crazy, like somewhere right now, there is a dude practicing like the violin like 7, 8, 9 hours a day or something, trying to get to that fucking that level, you know, trying to get to that level of perfection where he can fucking be in the fucking, you know, fucking London Symphony Orchestra or some bullshit. I don't know. I'm not, but I'm just saying, like, there's people who are like dedicated artisans, you know, who are trying to get recognized for like legitimate talents. And then there's this fucking guy who's just like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna eat Taco Bell every day. And like halfway through the experiment, multiple news stations around the country, and I guess including our fucking show now, have fucking jumped on this guy's fucking story. Like, look, the Taco Bell guy. He's eating taco. Look at him eat it. Look at him. Wow, look at him go.
Look just
at him
good.
scarf that chalupa, y'all. Oh, shit.
I got respect for him, man. Dude, he's selling the sizzle.
I know.
Because there's plenty of people that eat Taco Bell every goddamn day. Just nobody cares about them.
Right? Because they don't fucking frame it as like, this is an experiment. It's just their sad life. Oh, it's just like, I live near a Taco Bell and I can't cook, so
I mean, even in a dead zone like Lexington, Virginia, you got to imagine there's probably at least 20 or 30 more interesting things going on in that town as this is being filmed.
Yep, but he's selling that sizzle, I guess.
He's the guy. He's the guy that fucking got his name out there, you know?
He's like,
respect.
Calling the news and shit like, I'm eating Taco Bell again, news. And they're like, oh, shit.
That's actually a good point, Mark. This guy could very well just be a Taco Bell plant.
I keep trying to.
I think we're both trying to do it.
All right, you just go ahead.
Yeah.
Taco Bell paid shill.
Yep.
Yeah.
Different aspects of the experiment, whether that's, you know, how I'll be affected long term or just, you know, my bathroom habits.
Specifically,
bathroom. We get into that.
Gross.
We getting into that shit. Literally shit.
It is an experiment, TJ. You got to log everything that goes in. And
I guess you got to be
out.
scientific about it. TJ goes into Taco Bell and they say, "Hey, TJ, would you like the whole menu again today?" Dude, first of all, I I ate Taco Bell yesterday. I did do that. But prior to that, I had not eaten Taco Bell in like 2 months because I went there and they fucking fucked me off. They were like, yeah, we closed. Just like, you're not closed. You're not supposed to close for 2 hours. But he was like, yeah, we got nothing on the, we can't do any grilled items. It's like, so you already cleaned the grill and you don't want to cook anything. Okay, got it. So I'm like, fuck you guys. You suck. Fuck you, blah, blah, blah.
2-month boycott.
I went Karen on them. I went Karen on the ass, Paul.
Damn. I could see that happening.
I understand the pain of the Karen. I'm not all pro customer service because sometimes these customer service people are fucking pieces of shit.
People concerned he'd have a month-long queso, well,
queso,
I think part of it.
You couldn't even finish the pun. It was actually a better pun too. Because queso, you don't have to reach quite as much as the taco thing, but instead, you should be like queso the shits, man.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a month-long queso the shits. Not funny, but still, it's like a better pun than talk over his diet. I guess you can't say the shits, but you could have just said like, I don't know, the runs or something, like whatever the news appropriate version of the shits is. It should just be the shits, honestly, but whatever. Because, like, how many kids are sitting around watching the news? This is for adults any fucking way. So, like, yeah, you curse in the news. We should have known that TJ is a Karen. Hell yeah.
It has to do with the fact that Taco Bell has maybe an undeserved reputation for having a certain effect on your body. What I've experienced so far has been very normal digestively, and I think a huge part of that is just staying away from.
So yeah, this guy's a Taco Bell simp. He's like, so basically this dude is going to Taco Bell, pretty much getting the healthiest shit you could possibly get, staying within a certain calorie limit, and then working out like a motherfucker to like make up for the deficit to stay in like great shape. So yeah, like if you eat Taco Bell within a calorie limit and then you work out fucking daily or have like a fucking regimen or whatever, yeah, you'll be fine. Like, so what? That's true of literally any kind of food. You could fucking do this with anything. Like eventually, like the lack of nutrition is going to get you, but like in the short term, you could do this with any fucking thing. You do this with Oreos if you wanted. As long as you stay under like your calorie limit, you're not going to gain a bunch of weight.
From some of the hot sauces.
Eating nothing but Taco Bell, day 4.
All right, so
Reed's been posting daily progress videos on Instagram ahead of his documentary where he plans on seasoning the opportunity to start a larger discussion.
There are definitely some people that may have had a different
Just fucking ripping off the super size me idea.
But he's going the other direction with it. He's like, oh, actually, it's not bad. It's undeserved reputation of badness. Like, all right, no one. It's not health food, dude. Like, come on. Like, literally, like they had a guy. It was like I think it was a college professor somewhere. He was trying to make the point that it's all about calories in, calories out, and so he fucking ate a bunch of like gas station, convenience store food, but he made sure to stay under a certain calorie level, and he lost weight. And it's just like that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's not. It shouldn't be shocking.
Right, you're still not getting the right levels of like certain macronutrients in your diet, and you're eating like I guarantee this dude's sodium levels are fucking like insane. Eating nothing but fucking Taco Bell because there's fast food is just like loaded down with sodium. So his sodium levels, he's probably consuming like if he's eating this breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he's probably consuming like I don't know 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 grams of sodium a day or something, some crazy fucking amount. Yeah, I don't know. This is stupid. I hate that that's a story. Trump takes the fifth. Trump takes the fifth. Trump takes the fifth. Former president invoked his constitutional right against self-incrimination in a deposition with the office of the New York Attorney General Tish James, TJ. Former President Donald Trump declined to answer questions on Wednesday during a deposition with the office of the New York Attorney General Tish James, asserting his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which is funny because this clip.
So there are 5 people taking the Fifth Amendment, like you see on the mob, right? You see the mob takes the Fifth. If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment?
Yeah.
Oops,
he did it again. Like, come
sad
on,
thing is it's just not gonna matter.
I know. It doesn't. Nothing matters. Because it's like he also said numerous times, because Hillary was under investigation. Like, why would you vote for someone who's been investigated by the FBI? Anybody that shouldn't even be running for president. Nothing matters.
Yeah, dude. He ran on lock Hillary up. Like, not only was he pro investigating her, but he was hoping they find something and put her in jail.
Right. And now that they're trying to do that to him, it's like, this is the destruction of our democracy.
Unprecedented
what happened to
harassment.
freedom never happened before. So yeah, this is not even about his legal woes down in Florida. This is the New York shit. Trump, who is long,
he must spend like a profound amount of his life now, like in meetings. It must be horrible. You know what I mean?
You know he hates it because he's got ADHD like a motherfucker or whatever the fuck he's got. But this literally like does not allow him to pay attention to shit that matters. So he's just like, which I can kind of relate to because I'm like very similar. I get very like bored and that kind of shit too. I'm sure a lot of people do.
I can too.
But he's supposed to be the president, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, not now, but like, you know, maybe again in the future. Who fucking knows? Trump, who has long accused James of conducting a politically motivated probe into his family's real estate business, said in a statement Wednesday that he had absolutely no choice but to take the fifth during his under oath interview with the Attorney General's office. James is leading an investigation into Trump's organization's business practices, examining allegations that the former president's company misstated asset values on financial documents. I once to ask if you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment? Now I ask the question. Now I know the answer to that question, Trump said in a statement. Oh, so he's trying to like get ahead of it. Like, yeah, I know I said that before, but like now I see, you know.
Right.
So, okay, cool. Good for you, buddy. When your family, your company, and all the people in your orbit have become the targets of an unfounded, politically motivated witch hunt supported by lawyers, prosecutors, and the fake news media, you have no choice. No choice.
Yep. Of course.
Yeah, okay. Sure thing.
When everybody else does it, it's because they're guilty. But when you do it, it's to protect your family and your business from a witch.
Because I'm just such a good guy. So we'll get to more Trump stuff in a second, but I thought this was a interesting story. I don't know if anyone out there, I don't know if there's like a place you can go for this, and maybe the article will tell us, but there's homes needed for 4,000 beagles rescued from a breeder in the U.S. So basically there was some horrible, evil, fucking disgusting breeder out there somewhere that was like breeding beagles to sell for like drug experiments to some fucking laboratory somewhere. Boo. But that's been shut down because of animal cruelty shit. And hopefully everyone involved, killed. So anyway, 4,000 beagles now need homes, and it's going to take 60 days, I guess, to get them all the animals out. And working with our shelter and rescue partners across the country, working with them to get these dogs eventually into ever-loving homes. The breeding facility in Cumberland, owned by the company Envigo RMS, was sued in May by the U.S. Department of Justice, which accused it of multiple acts of animal cruelty. Inspectors found some dogs were being killed instead of receiving veterinary care for conditions that could be easily treated. They're also being fed food that contained maggots, mold, and feces, while some nursing mothers were denied anything to eat. In another instance, 25 puppies died from cold exposure. Following the lawsuit, the company denied the allegations, but announced it was closing the facility and placing dogs with the animal rights charity Humane Society. Yeah. Fuck this company and fuck all these motherfuckers, man.
I don't know if it's true, but Villanilla says they work at a shelter who got some of these beagles. They got 10 puppies and they're all doing good. I imagine that they probably are leaning pretty heavily on other shelters because.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way there's no shelter I know of that can house that many dogs, right?
Not immediate, like they can't immediately take 4,000 dogs. Most of them probably couldn't even house 4,000 dogs at peak capacity.
Oh yeah, there's no way. I mean, like shelters are not that big. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, if anyone out there is looking for a fucking beagle right now, which they're good dogs, they're very high energy. I had some as a kid. My family could not handle them because they were just too much. They were like crazy. We were like a low energy family. But if you got like a high energy kind of family or like whatever, you know, I guess there's some beagles running around that are like super available, been saved from a really fucking shitty situation there. Anyway. Let's get back to the Trump shit. FBI searched Melania's wardrobe, spent hours in Trump's private office during Mar-a-Lago raid.
Cool.
Yeah, it's like I keep they keep saying this shit to me like I'm supposed to be like, I don't know, sympathetic or something. Like, oh no. No.
I mean, this is the least of what Trump and his fucking shitty ass family deserve.
FBI agents scoured Melania's wardrobe and spent several hours combing through Donald Trump's private office, breaking open his safe and rifling through his drawers when they raided the former First Family's Mar-a-Lago home in Florida Monday morning. The Post has learned that the search warrant used by the FBI to enter the palatial Palm Beach property focused solely on the presidential records and evidence of classified information being stored there. A source close to the former president expressed concern that the FBI agents or DOJ lawyers conducting the search would have planted stuff because they would not allow Trump's attorneys inside.
So he's just like, he's just warming up his defense.
Yeah, which this is classic Trump tactics. You know, like before the election even happened, he started setting the stage for like, it's going to be stolen.
Yeah, they're going to steal it.
Oh my God, they're going to steal the election, y'all. Like priming everybody for like what's going to happen next. You know, because he knew he was going to lose. He obviously looked at like internal metrics. He's like, fuck. All right, we're going to have to steal this one, boys. We'll have to start by saying they're going to steal it. So now he's like, I think they're going to like plant stuff, guys. Going to plant stuff there that totally is not mine. But yeah, they're going to plant a lot of crazy stuff. But it's all planted. Just remember that. No matter what they find, it's all just planted there. Yeah, of course. No problem, buddy. We know. It's all a scheme. But of course, that's already been covered to death. We already know what's happening with the raid. Let's talk about some of the reaction to it. So we've seen a lot of far-right extremists are violently threatening the Trump search warrant judge. I guess the judge has got doxxed or whatever. Let's find out if he has children, where they go to school, where they live, everything. One person wrote on a message board where the judge's address was posted.
Fucking creeps.
Yeah, let's kill his kids. Like this is the fucking these are the people who are out there to protect the kids, right?
It's real America, TJ.
We're the real Americans. We're the patriots. Let's find out if this judge has kids, where they go to school, where they live. Yeah, okay, buddy. Far-right extremists on pro-Donald Trump message board and social networks are making violent anti-Semitic threats against the judge who reportedly signed the warrant that allowed the FBI to search the former president's Mar-a-Lago property in Florida. Multiple members of the toxic online communities are even posting what appears to be Judge Bruce Reinhart's home address, phone numbers, and names of his family members alongside threats of extreme violence. This judge is a piece of shit who approved FBI's raid on Mar-a-Lago. I see a rope around his neck. Responding, another user wrote, I don't give a fuck anymore. Name, address, put all that shit out there. Moments later, a different member replied with what appeared to be Reinhardt's current address, phone numbers, previous addresses, and names of possible relatives. In another post of the same board, one user commented, let's find out if he has children, where they go to school, where they live, everything. These threats of violence and anti-Semitic slurs on a range of platforms, including 4chan, Telegram, Getter, Gab, and Trump's own platform, Truth Social, were uncovered by Advanced Democracy, a nonpartisan and nonprofit organization that conducts public interest investigations. Threats against Judge Reinhardt in the wake of the Mar-a-Lago raid are significant. Daniel Joan, founder of Advanced... Remember when these people a few weeks ago were like, these protesters in front of the Supreme Court Justice's house have no respect for our system of law. And now it's like, kill him, kill this judge, kill his kids.
It's always how they are, though. They always pull this. Like, if you remember, like during the Obama years, how fucking rabidly insane they were, and then Trump takes over, and so many of them pulled the like, you have no respect for the office of the presidency.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Whatever happened to respecting the office of the president? Now, I might not always agree with what the president does, but I always respect the office. Biden's president, fuck him. Destroy him.
That's the way it goes.
It's like, all right, you guys got no fucking consistency in your standards. Like, if you were a kind of motherfucker who was like, I just respect the office of president and like, I don't give a fuck who it is, I just respect the office, like, I would still think you were a moron, but at least you'd have some fucking consistency at that point. Why don't you just admit that you don't respect the office? You just like Republican presidents. Like, could you just do that? Like, you're Republican.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that would be easier than all this flipping and flopping, but it just goes to show you that, you know, most people are too stupid to remember fucking a year ago. You know what I mean? They're
fucking 2 months ago, 1 week
they've
ago.
got their own moral compass up in the wind. You know what I mean? And they like the party that has the same problem. You know what I mean? That's just selectively outraged about things.
Exclusive, locked and loaded. Palm Beach police have received intelligence warnings that armed pro-Trump protesters are planning to descend on Mar-a-Lago following FBI raid.
Huh?
They know the FBI is not like there anymore, right? Like they're not still just
they probably don't
looming around. Like there's not a bunch of FBI agents still skulking around Trump's property. They took what they wanted and they left. Like they're not still there. So I don't know. Palm Beach police have requested that all departments in Palm Beach County be on the lookout for armed motorists near Trump's home. Supporters of the former president began arriving in their cars, camped outside former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago last night. They arrived shortly after it emerged the FBI was searching the former president's home. Blah, blah, blah. These are dark times for our nation, etc. Accused the FBI of a double standard, so the Bureau allowed Hillary Clinton to acid wash 33,000 emails. His family members and supporters say the raid was an attempt to thwart his 2024 presidential campaign. So, yeah, there's some like maybe possibility of some armed protesters showing up and being like, we here to defend Trump. We're Trump's army.
Look where they're descending, though. They're descending on Mar-a-Lago. Good. Like, let Trump and that rich ass neighborhood deal with the fucking fallout from his courting of the far right hillbillies and shit. Now you guys get to live next to him. I wonder how much you're gonna like them after a couple of days of them loitering around your fucking like shitting outside the walls of Mar-a-Lago. And
how long before Trump writes a letter like, dear guys, thanks for the support, but like, please go home.
Get the fuck out of here, you stink.
You're really harshing my mellow here at Mar-a-Lago. It's supposed to be a nice luxury place.
MAGA's threatening civil war. Yeah, I mean,
well, that's the next one we got here. Growing calls for civil war in far-right groups after FBI search.
Well, while the FBI is searching for these comments, why don't they search for the people who made them and scoop them up and try them for sedition or whatever the fuck?
The FBI search of former President Donald Trump's home has sparked intense reactions. Some Democrats are ecstatic. Many Americans are simply waiting to see what the evidence is. And some Republicans loyal to President Trump are outraged and calling for civil war. There is a growing concern from extremism experts about the increasingly violent rhetoric. One member of the Patriots of Arizona Telegram group wrote, when are we going to do something about this? Another called for the group to protest outside the current Arizona Attorney General's home and office. Another far-right Arizona Telegram group shared a poll asking members to vote yes or no to the question, will there be a second civil war in America? Well, what do they say? What are the results? That's what I want to know.
The answer, no. Not perpetrated by these people.
Arizona State Senator Wendy Rogers, who had been censured and investigated by her colleagues for violent rhetoric, wrote, we need many arrests, tribunals, and tough constitutional punishments for the treason that has continued to take place. I agree with her. Oh, wait. She means oh, okay. Gotcha. On the far-right social media site Gab, users comment on Republican Secretary of State nominee Mark Fincham's post. One person wrote, Merrick Garland needs to hang. Another commenter added, as someone who has seen war up close and personal, I say bring it. What are the chances that person has seen war up close and personal? I'm going to say probably not. The trigger words are then going to incite some type of violence or some type of activity, said Matt Browning, a retired Mesa police detective and expert on extremism. Browning says the talk about civil war is not completely new, but the base is so much bigger than it was. The anger is going to continue to rise, said Browning. What once was unacceptable to say is now going to become acceptable. Well, we've been moving ever more towards that for a while now. To those who feel the need to violently react, the answer is don't, said Graham. Yeah, I'm sure they're all going to be like, oh, okay.
Right.
What you need to do is make sure you show up and vote. Vote harder. Vote harder. One thing is the same on both sides. No matter how fucking pissed the base is, guys, I know you want to fucking do all this crazy shit, but the real solution, you guys, just vote.
Vote, 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 vote.
Vote real goddamn hard. When you push that button, you push it as hard as you fucking can.
Get your vote on.
Get your vote on. Get your vote on. Rep Scott Perry says FBI agents seized his cell phone. Good. So U.S. Rep Scott Perry says his cell phone was seized Tuesday morning by FBI agents carrying a search warrant. The circumstances surrounding the seizure were not immediately known. Perry, though, has been a figure in the congressional investigation into President Donald Trump's actions leading up to the January 6, 2021 Capitol insurrection. Former senior Justice Department officials have testified that Perry, a Pennsylvania Republican, had an important role in Trump's effort to try to install Jeffrey Clark, a top justice official who was pushing Trump's baseless claims of election fraud as the acting attorney general. In a statement Tuesday, Perry said 3 agents visited him while he was traveling Tuesday with his family and seized my cell phone. He called the action Banana Republic tactics. I love how, like, when it's like black people and shit getting gaffled up by the fucking police all the time for nothing, these guys are like, shouldn't have been committing crimes. But when it happens to them, it's all of a sudden, it's like, what are we living in a fucking banana republic or something? Why? It's like, man, make up your fucking mind. Are you
the law and order party until law and order comes knocking?
Yeah, it's like, well, I meant law and order for, like, you know, them
black
folk.
people and poor people, you know.
Yeah, I meant for like the N-words out there. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about law and order for them and like the poors and stuff. But like me, no, not. I mean, like, I want to be the order. They have to follow my law and order. Right. Like, I'm the maker of law and order that other people must obey. I'm not like subject to it. Don't you know how this works? Like, what the fuck? It's like, oh man. Whoops, guys. Speaking of law and order, I've talked about this story a few times. Grand jury declines to indict Carolyn Bryant Donham, the woman whose accusations led to the murder of Emmett Till, pretty much as predicted. Grand jury in Mississippi has declined to indict the white woman who accused 14-year-old Emmett Till of making advances toward her nearly 70 years ago, allegations that led to the black teen's brutal death. A Leffler County grand jury last week heard 7 hours of testimony from investigators and witnesses, but said there was insufficient evidence to indict Carolyn Bryant Donham on charges of kidnapping manslaughter, according to a statement from District Attorney Dwayne Richardson. The grand jury heard the testimony from witnesses detailing the investigation of the case from 2004 to the present day, and considering both charges, according to the statement, nothing's going to happen. Even if it did, like I said, I mean, look at her. What do you think? She's already lived her life, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this is an unpleasant truth that no one wants to confront, but like, this bitch has already lived her life and raised up her grandkids and served them cookies and got to like have all the fucking, like, you know, all of life's struggles and joys and whatever else the fuck there is in life, you know, like, she's had it.
Yep.
She's had it all. She's had her fill.
While denying it to Emmett Till, who's been dead in the fucking ground for 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
She went on and lived the whole fucking life. That's probably why they declined to fucking indict her, honestly.
They just
I doubt it was rooted in some racist sentiment. They probably just looked at this old bag and was just like what can you do at this point? Like, her existence is punishment at this point. She's old and bent over and can barely walk and talk and think anymore. So what the fuck? Like, what are we gonna do to her?
Yeah, let's punish the empty shell of the woman who once did something.
Yeah.
She's got another 30 years. This bitch does not have another 30 years, dude.
No.
I'd be, if she, 10 at best, but they're gonna be miserable.
Yeah, sometimes you're shocked, but most of the time not. No, she's an old lady. She's lived, the balance of her life is over.
Yep, and I don't know. I mean, like, if they charge her, I wouldn't be sad for her, but I mean, I still think it's pretty much pointless. There was the time to do it was a long time ago when they charged the other 2 guys. Like, I don't know how she escaped any sort of reprisal or punishment then, but whatever, she did. Alabama town abolishes police department over officers' slavery text.
Abolished the police department, huh?
Yeah. Shelby sheriff's deputies take over law enforcement in Vincent. So this actually happened in a town near me one time. It wasn't over racism. So there is the town of Abita, Paul. You remember that town?
Yeah.
It's a little kind of like Mayberry looking town. That town used to have its own police department. I don't think it does anymore. Maybe it went back to having it again. But for a while, they had a police department, but it was found out that basically this police department was like, if you knew someone in the police department, you could basically get like a fucking police, like an honorary sheriff's badge or whatever the fuck for like no money, right?
Right.
Well, not no money, but like $50. They basically they sell you a badge, and you could use this badge to get across the causeway for free, right?
Right.
So they were just selling these badges willy nilly and shit. There's all kinds of other perks you get with it. You get little discounts and shit here and there. So basically, like if you knew that somebody and you got this little honorary I'm a deputy badge, and they literally like issued like I don't know like 2,000 of them or something, like an insane amount of these badges got out there. And so that whole police department just got shut down and like was taken over by like some other department.
Yeah, no shit. Like that's the worst fucking.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, so this is actually good though. This needs to happen more often. Why doesn't LA rise up and like abolish the LAPD? You know what I mean?
A small Alabama town disbanded its police department over a racist text message allegedly sent by an officer on the force. The Vincent City County voted to shutter the department and sack police chief James Shrigley and assistant chief John L. Gross on Thursday during a heated meeting. We passed a resolution with the intent to pass an ordinance to disband the police department, Mayor James Lattimore said. The move comes after city officials confirmed a racist text by an officer that surfaced on social media last week, the outlet reported. The unidentified cop allegedly texted, "What do y'all call a pregnant slave? BOGO, buy one, get one free," the report said. Yeah, this guy, I'm sure, is even-handed in his enforcement of the law, right?
Yeah, of course.
The town, which has a population of less than 2,000 people, won't be left without law enforcement as its county sheriff will, basically like another department's going to just step up and start policing their fucking small town.
This guy just seems like he's from the 90s or whatever.
He's a little too edgy.
I heard a billion of these jokes. I've heard like literally a billion of those types of jokes.
You got to be pretty tone deaf in 2022 as a cop to think that that's going to be like, yeah.
Yeah, as a cop for sure, but what are you gonna do?
So I guess disband the whole police department.
seems fair to me.
Orcas attack so many boats, sailors are being told to stay in port at night. So basically, like for the longest time, orcas did not attack humans or human boats or anything, but I guess recently they've started doing it. So
they've recognized that we're killing the planet, and they're like, all right,
the orcas are like, wait a minute. These are not the benign non-threat that we assumed.
Let's get these motherfuckers. They're killing everything.
So yeah, they've been attacking boats. Let's see if there's footage of this.
Based orcas. Pretty based.
That's there we go.
He's going under our boat right now.
He's coming at us.
The pod of orcas followed us and swam under the yacht, banging into the rudder. It was terrifying.
Them messing with the bottom of the Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not fucking around. Those orcas want meat. They want some tender ass human.
Orcas are like, you know what? Fuck you.
It's weird
because I remember doing research on orcas like a few years back, and it said like, they never attack humans pretty much. Most of the attacks against humans have been in like captivity. Like usually orcas just kind of ignore us. But
we
I guess
fucked up their food supply, dude.
Yeah, now they're like, you know what? Time to eat those things. It's not what we prefer, but like our other food supply is short. It's time to eat those.
These are intelligent animals, They know that we're edible, and they know that, if they can knock over the thing we're floating on, we're just kind of stuck with them in the water.
Yeah, and then
they're hungry.
Nom nom, motherfucker. Yeah. Beverage packing company dumped dye that turned New Jersey Creek red, officials say. Wow.
Great.
Red food dye. How do you even, it's like, you're not even smart as criminals at this point. Like, no. It's like the evidence is there. You fucking literally poured dye into the river. You dyed the river red, and then you're like, we didn't do it. Give me a break. Top Pop Packaging, a beverage packaging manufacturer in Evesham, is the company responsible for turning part of the Pensuken Creek red on Tuesday. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection said the stretch of water affected was in the south branch of the creek near the Wood Stream wastewater treatment plant in Evesham. An investigation by inspectors from the DEP found that Top Pop Packaging improperly dumped red dye into the wastewater system. The agency said it issued the company a notice of violation, but declined to comment on any potential fines it may face.
Dude,
again.
We're such a bunch of bumbling fucking monkeys. Like, oops, I dyed the whole river red. Whoopsie daisy.
Isn't the rivers running red part of like Revelations or something?
Yeah.
Or am I misremembering my Ghostbusters? I don't know. I remember Ray or something saying something about that.
It's Ernie Hudson that says it, man. It's fucking Winston.
Oh yeah, you're right. But he's talking to Ray.
Yeah, he's talking to Ray. He says the seas will boil, the dead rise from their grave to walk among the living. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's good shit.
I think the red rivers are in there somewhere. If not, they should be because that's pretty metal.
The rivers will run red. Let's see if that's in there.
See if this area was smart, they would lease this place because it said it's non-hazardous. I was reading.
The third angel poured out his bowl on the rivers and springs of water, and they became blood. For they have shed blood of your saints and prophets, and you have given them blood to drink as they deserve. And I heard the altar respond, yes, Lord God Almighty, true and just are your judgments. Revelation 16:1. So there you go.
They should lease this out to like struggling metal bands to make videos in. You know what I mean? If they were smart, they'd be advertising it.
Dude, that band Goblin could make a river here. You ever seen that band Goblin?
Yeah.
Their mascot's like a little goblin.
Yeah. I like Goblin. Yeah. I mean, I can't really listen to Goblin, but I like that he's out there doing his thing, you know?
Yeah, you know. I mean, I listen to him every once in a while, but like their music is not really the star of the show. It's the cute Goblin.
You gotta love
I think he's cute anyway.
Yeah,
he's not really designed to be cute. I just like goblins.
He's evil looking, but cute evil.
Yeah, he's evil. War of the Weeds. My neighbor sprayed poison in my face over fence in Bitter Garden Row. I couldn't see, and my eyes were left stinging. Damn. I believe this is this is Royd Tolkien, who is the great-grandson of Lord of the Rings author J.R.R. Tolkien, claims he was left briefly unable to see and in severe pain. So basically, J.R.R. Tolkien's great-grandson got poison sprayed in his face.
His grandson, Royd. Oh, my God. How far the family name has fallen, man.
Yeah, dude. How do you go from fucking... I don't even know what J.R.R. Tolkien... What is this? What is his name? What does that stand for?
John Ronald Reuel Tolkien.
There you go. I gotta say, though, Royd Tolkien's got a pretty square jaw. He has, like, movie star fucking looks and shit. This dude's 53? Jesus fucking Christ. He's been
he looks pretty good for 53, yeah.
I mean, he's looking fucking goddamn.
I mean, he's like Tolkien's grandson or whatever, so he probably has some money from that.
Yeah, like some residuals and shit.
He gets some facials, probably has a trainer. This looks like a professional headshot or something.
Yeah, he's like fucking... He's fucking using his... He's still like... He's at the bar and shit, like... You know, looking all fucking suave, and she's like, yeah, my great-grandfather wrote Lord of the Rings. You ever heard of that?
Was that him, or is that his neighbor?
No, that's definitely him.
It says Royd Tolkien's neighbor admitted common assault.
Yeah, I think this is Royd Tolkien, though. Because, like, I can't imagine his neighbor has got, like, these professional headshots and shit.
Hey, dude, who these days, who knows?
Man? Yeah, I guess you never know. Maybe that is his neighbor. Yeah, we know. Lord of the Rings, right? Well, whoever the fuck this is, if this is the poison sprayer, he's still hot. I don't know. Either way, I'm pretty sure
he's looking pretty good, man.
You know, he could poison me anytime. You know what I mean? Anyway, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones apologizes for using derogatory term for people with dwarfism.
Huh?
Yeah, he said midget.
Oh, shit.
I said midget.
I got to be honest with you, and, you know, this may come off wrong, but, like, because I've worked to change some of my use of language and shit.
Yeah.
and I know how hard it can be for me, and I'm still pretty able-bodied and, you know, relatively young compared to this guy. You got to imagine how hard it can be for an 85-year-old to
79.
stop using midget.
He's 79, but yeah, I mean,
whatever.
He's an old man. He's an old billionaire. He's a crusty old man, insulated from the world and shit. And not only that, like midget, I mean, like it's never gonna be the N word. Okay, it's never gonna be one of these words that's like.
To some people, it is. I mean, some people. I mean, like they've definitely nowadays, it's a word you're not even supposed to say contextually. You're supposed to say M word.
This dude looks fucking 0% like Brett Keane. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This dude does not even look remotely like Brett Keane on any level.
Yeah,
like
somebody's got Brett Keane on the brain still.
You're just like desperately wanting it to be Brett Keane.
You're gonna be sitting flapping your gums in a fucking old folks home someday, just like parked in the corner near the window,
talking to some other old person, like
Junior Soprano.
There was this guy on the internet back in the 2000s. His name was Brett Keane. He was a fucking loser. It was funny as fuck. These guys, they made fun of him, and they would say situation, and they would say individual.
And the other old person would be like,
Nurse, can you get me the fuck away from this asshole? He's just fucking talking gibberish. Get me out of here. I can't stand this fucking guy.
Yeah, midget, I don't think is that offensive. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like it's even still used in like wrestling and shit. They still call it midget wrestling to this day. Midget wrestling. All right.
Yeah, I don't think that like you should be outright canceled for using it.
Yeah, I don't even think it should be a big deal. You know? Words like that are in short supply. You know what I mean?
I think if we make every one of these words a big deal, it takes away the point of, you know, applying it to some of the other ones. It distributes it across a wider, you know, censorship area.
Black people get theirs. They get the N word. All right.
Well, they earned theirs with 300 something years of slavery.
They had to be slaves and shit. We never enslaved no goddamn midgets. All right. They were never slaves. I'm not saying they had the best, most pleasant history and shit, but like they were never slaves or nothing like that.
I mean, they were kind of like slaves. Like they would be like put in these like traveling freak shows and forced to perform and stuff. That's
but so was like chunky dudes, like look at the fattest man. And by it's like standards today, you see the dude in Walmart. Any Walmart you walked into, you'd see someone as fat as like the world's fattest man, you know, or whatever the fuck. There's a lot of motherfuckers in those freak shows.
And see, I'm not like, you know, we have a friend, our friend Peter is a little person. And I try and put myself in the headspace if I was a little person. And I think I'd prefer to be called a midget other than a little person. Like little person, it seems demeaning in a way that midget
isn't. It's so hard because like I'm an edgy fucking shit. And so like when I think about it, like, you know, I'm fucking bisexual and I love the word faggot. I love it.
Sure.
You know, and I'm like, I'll call other people faggots. I'll call myself a faggot, whatever the fuck. So it's like, okay, cool. So I feel like, you know, and black people, they love calling themselves the N-word and shit. Well, not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them fucking do. Usually not with a hard R, but, you know, still. And, you know, but midgets, they don't embrace it. You know, so they're not using the word. I think we should still use it. I don't know.
You think they should like see each other on the street and be like,
"What up, my midge? What's up?" You know, all that. You know,
midge.
And then maybe it'd be like, look, that's our word. And then it'd be like, you know, well, you guys are using it, but they're not using it either. So it's like, I feel like I should continue to use it because they
got to stake a claim. I just don't like the thing. Like, I'm fine with them because, like, yeah, of course, it's kind of a derogatory thing to call somebody that. Just
maybe we just need to take away the fucking like, because this is why it never had a negative connotation. I never said midget with like disdain or like hate. Like, I hate midgets or something. Like
disregard, maybe. You know.
Fuck, dude, if I see a midget, I'm, like, excited. I'm like, holy shit, a fucking midget, yes!
Well, they are very rare in the population, so, yeah.
Right, so, I mean, it's, like, exciting to see a midget. I don't know. I like midgets.
I don't know. Like, I just don't like either of the words. It's not for me to like, I guess, but I just don't like either of the terms that they've come up with that you're supposed to use. Like, dwarf. I'm a nerd, but that just evokes.
Hi-ho!
Right.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
It evokes like Gimli and shit.
And then little person is like, that sounds like child.
Yeah, that's like.
It sounds like you're talking about like, oh, it's like a little person. You know, it's like, I don't know about that. And that, to me, Little person, doesn't that seem more demeaning in a way? Because it's like you're a person, but you're like a little person. Like, I don't know, like midget.
If you're not a kid, if you're not like a little kid, then yes. If somebody called you a little person, it would be demeaning.
Right.
And so I think that like as a crew, the little people need to get together and go like, all right, it's 2022. We're just starting to win the war against midgethood. Jerry Jones was canceled recently for saying midget, but these replacement words are whack. Dwarf, we're not a bunch of people mining diamonds in a fucking old dragon infested mountain.
Hi-ho, hi-ho.
And little person is
It's
what you call your fucking
go.
niece or nephew. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like, can you think of one that would be better?
Halfling.
Halfling.
Find the halfling. No, I don't know. Maybe they should embrace Hobbit, dude. Just be like, we're hobbits.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Why not? Because it's not like
derogatory
derogatory that
people,
the hobbits
man.
are small. Yeah.
Yeah, there's in fact, they're like shown to be like some of the bravest. Like,
they're the heroes of the fucking
ships,
shit. They
when
save
the
the
chips
world.
are down, the hobbits are the fucking ones you can fucking count on to not be corrupted by the power of the ring and shit. So that's like pretty noble.
Yep. They were the only ones that weren't fucking up all the time. They made it all the way to Mordor. Drop that ring in the fire.
Drop that motherfucking ring in the motherfucking fire.
Yeah, just call yourself hobbits, man. That would be dope.
This guy is pretty cool. Man stole ambulance that came to help him, then stole fire truck, Alabama cops say.
Oh, snaps.
This guy, I don't know. He's probably a piece of shit, but he's a cool piece of shit. An Alabama man is being held without bond after he managed to steal and crash 3 vehicles in one night, including an ambulance, a fire truck, according to, I don't know what the other one was, probably just like a jalopy. I don't know. He faces multiple charges, including kidnapping after an EMT was trapped in the rear of the ambulance. That was fucking... You imagine you're just stuck in the fucking rear of that ambulance while this crazy dude's driving around, crashing into trees and shit. That's got to be terrifying. Investigators say the string of crimes began early August 7th when a burglary suspect stole a vehicle in Athens, Alabama, crashed it near Pryor Field Airport in Tanner, Alabama, about 90 miles north of Birmingham. At approximately 1 a.m., Athens Limestone EMS were traveling north and noticed the vehicle. They stopped to check on the welfare of the lone occupant. Upon entering the back of the ambulance, the suspect bypassed the patient compartment and entered the driver's seat. One EMT was still in the patient area while the other was stepping out into the patient area from the rear. The suspect took off, throwing one EMT from the ambulance and trapping the other in the rear compartment. The suspect crashed the ambulance near a creek not long after, injuring the EMT. He abandoned the vehicle near Swan Creek and ran in the nearby woods, prompting a manhunt involving a Morgan County Sheriff's Canine unit. While tracking in the woods, the suspect made it back to Highway 31, where he stole a Tanner Volunteer Department fire truck and headed southbound.
Dude, this dude is Rambo, literally.
Law enforcement.
This is the plot to Rambo First Blood.
Yeah, he's like literally, he stole a car, crashed it. Ambulance shows up. He steals the ambulance, crashes it. He runs through the woods for a while until he comes across a fucking fire truck, steals it, crashes it. Like, oh my God, how are you this bad? Like, what are you fucked up on?
How is the police department this bad? They can't stop one yokel.
Yeah, some crazy fuck just can steal any car he wants. I mean, like, yeah. How? I love this guy. Elderly woman, 80, who has attended YMCA pool for 35 years, is banned after demanding transgender worker leave women's locker room, accusing them of watching little girls pulling down their suits. Julie Jaman, 80, has been a regular for 35 years at the Mountain View pool in the city of Townsend, Washington State, but has now been banned.
Good.
She was made aware of the trans worker, Clementine Adams, being in the changing room while she was taking a shower after a dip. Jermaine said she heard a man's voice and confronted the woman about whether or not she had a penis. She told the trans worker to get out, but staff said she was being discriminatory. Police were called and took details of the incident in order to file a report. Pool bosses say Jaman was barred due to several incidents, not just this one. Sounds like my fucking grandma, honestly. On my dad's side, I remember her fucking like sitting there we took her out for some burgers one time, and she just like basically talked shit on like the Japs the whole time, like it was World War II era.
What the fuck?
That's just like, they're no fucking Japs. I hate them, bunch of slant eyes. It's like, Jesus Christ, Grandma. That's not even like anti-Japanese sentiment is not even like really much of a thing anymore in America. But it was
still
in her
a thing
mind.
For her.
She's like, she's 80, give her a break. No.
Here's why no. Because I can understand the sentiment, but let me explain to you why no. Because if you're gonna stop this sort of thing from being the norm, there has to be a cutoff. There's gonna have to be a time when people are directly confronted about it. And I don't think waiting another fucking 20 years till this old bat is dead is the way to do it. Like, if you're gonna say it's no longer okay for people to discriminate against trans people, then you've got to enforce that immediately. So fuck this old lady.
There's always going to be a new old bat coming around. You know, you can't just be like, well, it'll just die out, because
she's 80. She's 80 years
pass
old,
it on
but
to the next level of elderly person. You know.
Yeah, she's 80 years old. So, but she's clearly an 80-year-old that's active. She's capable of going to the fucking swim thing and swimming, and you know what I mean, like on her own. Presumably, she's often, because if somebody was watching her, they would stop her from doing this shit.
CJ, did your grandfather fight in World War II? I have no fucking clue, honestly. I don't think so. He might have. I think he would have been the right age to. But that's all I know. I don't really know if he did or not. I'm not really sure. I don't really know much about my grandfather other than he was like a violent dude. So maybe he had PTSD. Maybe he was in World War II. I don't know.
Hey, violent grandfather gang, you know?
Yeah. You got a violent grandfather too?
Both of mine. Both of my grandpappies were known to be pretty violent.
Now, my grandfather on my mom's side, he's actually still alive. He must be really old by now. He's kind of a dick, but he's not violent. He's like just a kind of a old curmudgeon, I guess. And then but my dad's father, who was like very, he was dead long before I was born. He died in like the 70s, but he was at least as far as I know, really super violent, abused his kids, beat his wife, beat people in the neighborhood, probably shot some people. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we had the same grandfather, it sounds
like. Yeah, pretty crazy motherfucker.
I joined that like ancestry.com thing for a while to try and like put my family tree together. And I found this old news article from the 50s where my granddad used to live about him. Apparently, like back in the day, you had to like sue for public assistance if you were like a young mother that was being abused or whatever. And so there was an article about my grandfather and my grandmother suing for public assistance, alleging that he was brutal and cruel.
Right.
And I was just like, holy fuck, man.
Yeah.
Like I'd heard that my granddad was mean and shit, but apparently, you know, he was real fucking mean.
Yeah. I mean, my dad told me, so the two, I mean, I don't mean to go off on too much of a grandfather-y digression here, but I guess we're kind of on the subject of old people.
We are.
But he never really got to be old.
A lot of old people news recently. Like old people are fucking turning up in the news.
That's true. I think they're like, yeah, they're a pretty frustrated generation or whatever at this point. But my grandfather never got to be old because he died, I don't know, not young, but like middle-aged. But he the two things I remember my dad telling me about him was my dad telling me a story about he was on a road trip with his dad and they were at a hotel and his dad was trying to sleep and there were some guys out in the hotel parking lot playing some stuff on their car, like stereo or whatever. And my grandfather told my dad, go tell him turn that noise down, boy. This is the voice my dad did when he talked like his dad. So I assume he talks something like this. Right.
Probably close, you know.
So this was the voice. That was just the voice my dad did. Go tell him turn that shit down, boy. Better tell him turn that shit down. I'm trying to sleep. And so he goes out there and tells him, like, my dad, you know, he's obviously does not want to go out there and tell these guys this shit, but you know, he's got to because he's terrified of his dad. It's like, oh, my dad said, you know, turn that down. And they're like, you tell your daddy to go fuck himself.
Oh.
And so yeah, and so my dad goes back in the hotel room and he's like, daddy, they said go fuck yourself. And so the way my dad tells it, his dad just fucking like grunts, sits up, just like still kind of like drowsy, right? gets up, walks outside, beats the shit out of those guys, turns their car radio off, then goes back in this hotel room, flops back on his bed, and falls immediately peacefully to sleep.
Nice.
So like didn't even like raise his heart rate basically. And then the other thing he tells me is that his dad used to wake him up in the middle of the night and be like, "Boy, go find me some butts so I can roll me a cigarette." And then, my dad would go out and have to go fucking collect cigarette butts off the street, trying to find ones that still had like a little tobacco on them. Yeah. And then when he'd get back, his dad would smack the shit out of him for taking too long, no matter how quickly he did it,
Yeah.
And then roll himself a fucking couple of cigarettes with what he got, right? Sit there and smoke these like street cigarettes, repurposed street cigarettes or whatever the fuck. Also, I guess was like obsessed with people taking a shit in the morning. I always ask my dad in the morning, like, "Boy, you take a shit? Something wrong with someone don't take a shit in the morning." It's like a weird obsession of his, I guess.
Huh.
Yeah, old people are fucking weird. I mean, I guess he wasn't really old at the time. He just fucking people of that time, I guess, were weird. I don't know.
Yeah. I knew my granddad. He did live into his old age on my dad's side. And it was really weird because, growing up, you don't like my parents didn't tell us as kids that my granddad was like this brutal, mean drunk that abused his wife and his children, was just known as an irascible person, got in a lot of fights and shit. Because he was not that. Like my granddad in his old age was just like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" He was just a very gregarious, laughy, jokey.
That does
old
happen
man.
for some reason with a lot of men. That seems to happen. Like there's like a ton of stories I remember hearing about like my dad on my mom's side. She said he used to be like a real like kind of like gruff, sort of like he hated animals and stuff. Now he's got like a bunch of cats, So like he got like soft in his old age. I guess that kind of happens.
Yeah. And so it wasn't until I was in my teens that, I found out, I don't even remember how I found out that granddad was just a mean motherfucker, but because of how they they decided they weren't going to talk to the kids about that shit, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't have any cool stories of my granddad. You know what I mean? All I know is that he brutally abused my grandmother, who was not that it matters. If she
my
was a
dad
bitch or
pretty
not,
much
but she was a really nice woman.
My dad pretty much treated me, or I guess because like I feel like my dad, he put up a front with so many people that like the fact that he could actually be honest with us as like not obviously as little kids, but like when we were like teenagers and like young men and shit, he was like unguarded, and like I think that a lot of stuff that he probably should have told to a therapist ended up getting told to us,
Yeah,
but he didn't believe in therapy and shit. He was like very anti like therapy. It's like no point lingering on the past, but it's like you already do that all the time. So
yeah, my mom is that way. My mom is perpetually she's like a historian. She's constantly retelling her life story through tragedies.
Yes, that was my dad too.
Yeah, and catastrophe and shit. And so yeah, that it can be tough, you know what I mean, to be around because I'm not in. I try and keep myself personally out of that headspace because I don't think it's productive.
Yeah, so when you have someone lingers in it, it's kind of hard,
right? Like, but I have the tendency to, I have to work on keeping myself out of that headspace.
Yeah,
because it's horribly depressing to me to wallow.
Well, you're a very past. Like mine, I guess your mom is too, from the sounds of it. Like,
yeah,
there's certain people who do like. I feel like there's like certain people who have more of a propensity to linger on like past events than others.
Yeah,
I really try. I mean, occasionally it happens to me. I'm not saying I'm never like wistful or nostalgic or even like traumatized by stuff from the past, but like for the most part, I don't really revisit it that much in my mind. Like, I don't linger in that territory too much.
I have to actively. And it's taken years and years of my life, after realizing that this was a problem, because I went, for a good probably like 30 years of my life, just being a person that constantly contextualized everything in the present through everything that had happened in the past and tried to find like connective tissue between them. This happened because of this, or this happened and it's similar to this, which is like, it sounds normal, but when you do it all the time,
Yeah, I guess I'm more like culturally nostalgic than I am personally nostalgic. So that makes sense, I think.
I have these like little, I like when I'm thinking about it to myself, I call them beacons, where I have these very crisp and clear memories of being young.
Yeah.
And almost all of them are mundane. Like it's not like some big giant fucking thing happened.
Go ahead, Chelsea. Just interrupt the show. It's the Chelsea show.
Dun, dun, dun,
Chelsea getting papers.
Dun, dun, dun.
Chelsea getting papers. She's like,
oh man,
I have to go behind you. I have to go back there. It's like, oh my God, no, Chelsea, you'll ruin the magic.
Yeah,
you know,
dude,
like,
the illusion is fucking ruined.
Yeah,
now.
like, you know, people think I live in a fucking bunker in the swamp, and then all of a sudden my wife walks by. It's like, you destroyed the wonder, the magic, the illusion. You've spoiled it all.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I've worked really hard not to worry so much about past events and not to focus so heavily on them.
Yeah, because you can't change anything, you know? I mean, it's like you can sit there and agonize over it all you want, but there's nothing you can you're actually like pretty powerless. And I think that kind of just puts people in a powerless mindset of like, because when you remember something, it's almost like you're experiencing it again. But then it's like, you can't do anything. So it's like you're reliving it, but completely powerless to change it. It's like, that's not that's not fun. That's like a sentence in hell. Alex Jones sent nude photo of wife to Roger Stone, Sandy Hook lawyer reveals. Picture was among cache of, I'm sorry, I always want to say that cache, but it's actually pronounced cache, of messages inadvertently handed over by InfoWars host lawyers to opposition legal team. Whoops.
All right, let's see it.
You need to register to keep reading. Yeah, it better be in this article, damn it.
Dude, I want to see it, man.
I want to see that fucking plump Alex Jones wife pussy, man. Gimme. All right, come on, remove the paywall already. Do it. I don't know why you did it over here, but okay. Seemingly farcical but entirely true development was the latest bit of fallout since the one of the attorneys for the family suing Jones defamation. Blah, yeah, we all know the story about how his lawyer gave the documents to the opposition like a moron. Not that weren't even in discovery, like just like info dumped on him. And Alex Jones tried to go on his show and be like, oh, well, actually, we intended to do that. That was just part of the discovery process. No, it wasn't.
I said it was a mistake, but it was all part of our master plan.
It's all part of a broader strategy to defeat the deep state or whatever the fuck.
Okay, let's let them make us look like a bunch of buffoons.
Yeah, that was my brilliant plan.
Let's take a giant L on the stand.
They'll underestimate us. I'll get a judgment against me for $50 million, and then, wait, what's the plan again?
5D chess, dude. Gotta love it.
Oh, dude. Fuck, I meant to put it on my stream last night, but when I was going through all that Trump shit, there was a guy in the comment section. There was someone was like, I think this FBI shit's all part of Trump's plan. And another guy's like, yep, 3D chess. Like, 3D? That's just normal chess.
That's chess, idiot.
The fucking meme is 4D chess. Okay, whatever. Bankston also expressed concern, but I don't know. Well, the thing is, he sent his wife's nudes to this guy. That's the fucking story. All right, that's what he did. To Roger Stone too. Like, why Roger Stone? Like, who of all the people, you want to like show Roger? This is what I'm tapping, Roger Stone. Look at my wife. Look at her fucking ass. Look at that big old ass.
Look what a supplement salesman is fucking these days.
Yeah, that's right, Roger. What you fucking? Oh, that ugly hag? I'm fucking this fine piece of ass right here. Oh, Alex, you lovable little fucking evil scamp. Look how fat you're getting. You need to lose weight just to be able to still sell supplements. Remember that time when you like sucked in your gut to look like you were thin or whatever, and it didn't work at all, but like you did it anyway, and people decided to still buy your supplements, even though like, I mean, you could have at least whatever. But now you look like a fucking balloon. Like, you look like your own Macy's Day Parade balloon at this point, dude.
It's kind of hard to claim to be anti-globalist when you're turning into the fucking globe.
Yes. Oh, that's too good. Jesus. Look how, I mean, he's fucking enormous. He's enormous. Look how big his fucking head is. And this is me saying this. I also have a gigantic fucking head, okay? But, like, his neck is gone. His neck has vanished.
He
is turning around. He's becoming one of these fat people that is literally fucking round. He's like he's like as fat as Rush Limbaugh at this point, and he's getting fatter. Like it's
fatter
accelerating.
every second. Yep.
I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't mean to shit on a fat dude because I'm a fat dude, you know. And I've been trying to lose the weight, and it's hard to fucking lose. It's really fucking stubborn. Especially as you get older. Like when I was in my 20s and shit, and I went on like a little diet like this, I'd have lost like so much more by now. But like the older you get, the harder it gets, which just tells me like it's definitely worth doing now. But this guy right here, he is getting fucking huge, and he's trying to sell supplements to people. And I'm noticing for the first time, he's got some stubby ass little fingers too. Either that or they're just so fat now that they look stubby.
I think there's just fat accumulating on his hands.
Yeah, like when your hands and shit start to get fat, you got problems. Like when you get the fat rolls on your fucking face, when you get this fucking thing where you ain't got no fucking neck no more, you just got like a fucking like a frog pouch or whatever the fuck they're called, of fucking fat. Like you're getting this George Lucas thing going on where you literally have to have a beard just to like denote where your chin would be.
Yeah, that's why I don't shave this beard, because I know that that's what's under it. You know what I mean?
It's just like underneath. It's like what's underneath. Like I know I'm fat, but like underneath this shit, I still have a fucking neck. There is still a neck down here, so I can take pride in that. At least I still have a neck. No one can see it because it's hidden behind a beard, but I still have it. Fossil of 30-foot mosasaur, a prehistoric underwater lizard found in Texas. I guess we take a look at this.
Years ago, the museum said they hope to recover and clean the entire skeleton by Christmas so it can be put on display next to another mosasaur found in Maastricht in 1990.
Yeah, there you go. It's a big old lizard, underwater lizard thing.
Damn.
I like it.
Spooky.
I don't have much to say about it, but it's a thing. It's cool.
There it is. Yeah. They found that. They sure did.
I mean, if I knew the first fucking thing about it, I don't know, maybe I have something to say, but I don't. Yeah, okay, fine, sure. Spy on me all you want. Spiders seem to have REM-like sleep and may even dream. Jumping spiders have REM-like twitches when they sleep, suggesting dreams may be much more widespread in the animal kingdom than previously realized.
The dreams of a spider hanging in the web at night. Yeah, dude, this is metal as fuck, dude.
What do spiders dream? Barred from her lab by pandemic restrictions, behavioral ecologist Daniela C. Robler. I don't know if that's a B or what that fucking letter is. We don't have that in my language. Caught local jumping spiders and kept them in clear plastic boxes on her windowsill, planning to test their reactions to 3D printed models of predatory spiders. When she came home from dinner one night, though, she noticed something strange. They were all hanging from the lids of their boxes, says Robler, postdoctoral research, University of Konstanz in Germany. She had never seen jumping spiders suspended motionless on silk lines like this before. I had no idea what happened. I thought they were dead. It turns out jumping spiders were simply asleep, and that Robler had discovered an alternate sleeping habit in the species, Evarcha arcuata, which had been known to bulk silk sleep dens in curled up dead leaves. But the real surprise came when she decided to spy on them all at night. She bought a cheap night vision camera, duct taped some magnifying lenses to it, and aimed it at the sleeping female spider. What Robler saw on the recording astonished her. Mostly the spider just hung there, but her legs started to twitch and her abdomen and even her silk-producing spinnerets did so as well. Sometimes her legs curled in toward her sternum. With every spider Robler recorded, these odd movements only appeared during distinct bouts that lasted a little more than a minute and occurred periodically throughout the night. They were just uncontrollable twitching in a way that looked a lot like when dogs or cats dream and have their little REM phases. Rapid eye movement, REM sleep, involves a state of partial or near total muscle paralysis paired with an active, awake-like brain state, which is why it is sometimes called paradoxical sleep, which is a way cooler term than REM, actually.
Yeah.
In humans, this state has been strongly linked with dreaming. Robler and her colleagues wondered if the twitching spiders could be experiencing something like a REM phase of sleep and possibly even having dreams. Well, who knows? There's no way to get inside the spider's little brain, right? But it's kind of interesting. Not. It's interesting to know that spiders might dream, I guess.
Yeah. Be interesting if we could like computer model what they
I really wish that I was not so scared of spiders, because they do freak me right the fuck out. I am pretty much uncomfortable with anything to do with them, but I really don't want to be. Like with heights or something, I really don't have much of a fucking, I don't really want to like conquer that fear, because I'm just like, yeah, it's probably good that I don't like, you know, I avoid places I could fall down from or something, you know. But like spiders, like, you know, they're not really out there to fucking get me or anything, you know. But if I see one, it's pretty much instantly like butthole clenched, you know, chill down my spine, fucking like, oh my God, a spider, you know.
Yeah.
It's so fucking like, you know, and sometimes I'll be like pumping iron or something, and I'll be like, oh, I'm fucking badass. I'm so fucking tough. I'm going to be the king of the world. Fuck it. And I'll see a spider, be like, ah! Oh God, Chelsea, come kill the spider. You kill it. Because she's scared of spiders too.
Oh,
someone
man.
kill it, please, God.
You guys are in trouble if you get a spider.
Someone kill the fucking spider, please.
I learned about something I learned about spiders at a young age that helped me a lot was like the ones that will hurt you are really advertising it. Like they look a certain way. And once you learn, you know, yeah, dude, you don't want to go fucking with a black widow. I'm scared of those is probably the next.
Black widows, though, the thing about black widows is they have them around here. They're like one of the most passive spiders you could ever fucking imagine. You know, like, so unless you literally are like fucking with them. Now, sometimes you'll accidentally fuck with them because we don't necessarily know. Like you might, you know, put your body somewhere that they are and just not realize they're even there. And then they might bite you out of self-defense. But like black widows are not like out there seeking out, like, I'm going to go bite some people. Because like, that's not what a spider's venom is for. It's to kill prey. It's not so it can like bite people. But
hey, dude, I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
No problem, bro. But you know, these there's, you know, so even though that's the most poisonous spider indigenous to the area that I live in, the most dangerous spider indigenous to the area I live in is the fucking brown recluse, which has a very similar name. You know, black to brown, widow to recluse, very similar name scheme. But the brown recluse is much more dangerous because it's way more likely to bite your ass. And its venom, while not as bad as the black widows, is pretty fucking gnarly. Like, you can lose an arm over that shit. When I was going to school, there was a girl in my class named Betsy who got bit in the arm by a brown recluse. And it was like touch and go whether she was going to lose that arm. Now, she ended up keeping it. But yeah, apparently it got pretty fucking nasty. Her arm swelled up, like huge, dripping like pus from like infection and shit. You know, very nasty stuff. So, I mean, maybe that kind of contributes to my fear of the little fuckers. Dude, there was a fucking, I found, when I was cleaning my office the other day, I found a corpse of a hunter spider. I mean, I don't know. It was like a fucking, God, it was like the size of a softball. Fucking huge. God, it was fucking, I mean, it wasn't the size of a softball. That's a fucking crazy exaggeration, but it was a huge fucking spider, though. And I mean, it was dead, but I still, even its corpse was fucking scary. I'm not a fan of these fucking spiders, man. But I don't really want, I mean, like, I know most of them are harmless and most of them have no interest in hurting me. And honestly, I think they're interesting creatures. And when I read about them and stuff, I'm always fascinated. But I goddamn wish I wasn't so fucking scared of little fuckers. I wish it's such a visceral reaction, you know? I kind of wish that I was able to, like, be more chill and maybe even, like, you know, let a spider crawl on my hand or something, you know, like, like a fucking, you know, like a tarantula, you know, because those like harmless. They don't fucking do anything to a human. They couldn't even hurt you if they wanted to. But, you know, I mean, there's no way I could ever do it. I'm fucking, if I saw that shit, I'd be so fucking, I wouldn't even, it terrifies me to even think about. But, you know, I'd love to be able to do that though, because I know they're harmless and I'd love to be a little spider. I'd love for a little spider to be my friend, but they scare the fucking shit out of me. I can't get over it. Yeah, you know, just how it is, I guess. The spindlier they are, the worse. Yeah, I don't know. Anything with 8 legs fucks me. But, I mean, it's weird because, like, I'm not scared of crabs. I'm not really all that scared of scorpions. Like, if I saw a scorpion, I'd be like, oh, man, I better avoid that because I got the stingers and stuff. So I'd be, like, reasonably scared. But I'm not, like, terrified, If I saw, like, a giant centipede, that shit would be scary because that would be, like, an exotic threat, But, like, a normal-sized centipede or millipede, not that scary. If I see like a wasp or something, I'm like reasonably scared of getting stung, but it doesn't like fill me with terror. Even though when I was a kid, I was literally like stung by wasps like 3 or 4 times. Another fucking bug that scares the shit out of me in that fucking like visceral primal way though is the cicadas. Even though they're not even, I don't even think a cicada bites. I mean, maybe it does, but it just makes that loud noise, and that noise intimidates me. I get scared of that fucking noise. It's weird, the stuff that I'm afraid of sometimes, because like it's not based on threat level. Because there's times when I've been like faced with some shit that's pretty fucking scary, and I didn't even really get that scared. Like people fucking pointing guns at me and shit getting violent and stuff, and it's like, whatever. That's life. But a spider, oh man, I get like literally. If you came in this room right now and pointed a gun at my head and was like, "I'm gonna fucking shoot you," I would be scared. But there'd be almost like a sort of like, okay, well, I've accepted that this is a thing in the world that could happen to me. And, I've made my peace with it. Like I'm going to be scared, but it's going to be like sort of a numb, sort of fear like, oh, okay, well, I guess this is happening. Fuck. But, if it was a spider, you come here like, I'm going to throw this spider on you, I would literally scream like a little girl. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, I don't know.
Even if it was a little guy like this.
What, like this thing?
Like a tiny little jumping spider?
Yes. The only spiders that I'm not going to freak out about is like I have occasionally looked down at my hand and seen like a little tiny itty bitty like mite spider. Like one of those like spiders that's like a little speck. Like maybe one of those like little goldy, like shiny spiders that's just like a little tiny guy. And I just go like,
right.
Like those don't freak me out. But like, yeah, anything that gets me like much beyond that size, I'm going to fucking start to have like problems. Grasshoppers look alien to me. See, I don't have a problem with grasshoppers. Like I wouldn't want one on me. If it was on me, I'd be like, get the fuck. But I'm not going to have like this. I mean, it's not even going to be close to the level of fucking fear of a spider.
Yeah. I'm not really afraid of either, but I have a way more adverse reaction to big like locusts and grasshoppers and shit than I do spiders.
Yeah. Same species, just different behavioral pattern.
Yeah.
I pick up spiders all the time. Good for you, Peyton. Good for you. Go to the spider bar. It's time to rank states, Paul.
Oh, God.
So we'll say, like, I don't know. What's even the top of a state? Like this I8? Maybe like, that's like about as good as it gets. And we'll say like shithole down here. And like, maybe we just need like, maybe this should be shithole and that should be like mega shithole. Like a shithole. Like, kind of a shithole. It's like,
yeah.
There you go.
That's perfect.
Yep, that's because this is about as good as it gets. There's not much beyond. It's all right. All right, so Alabama, Paul. Have you ever been to Alabama?
I've driven through it, but I've never been to it.
So I have lived in Alabama. I lived in a town called Columbiana, Alabama. I visited Birmingham, Alabama a number of times. Been through Alabama here and there. I will say, so some stuff Alabama's actually got going for it. It's kind of pretty. A lot of it is very like nice, pretty, pristine green foliage. It's got some mountainous topography in certain parts of the state. Disadvantage is obviously it's filled with a bunch of fucking racist, redneck, asshole, conservative psychopaths.
Right.
So I would say shithole, but not mega shithole. Because gotta reserve mega shithole for Mississippi and Louisiana and places like that. Alaska, never been there. I know that there is some scenic beauty there. I know they have some UBI there. From the oil industry. It's pretty small pittance, but at least they give you something, I guess.
Right.
A lot of criminals there. I know that. Legal weed. It's always a plus. But freezing, frigid temperatures. Arctic chill, like, cold as fuck. I'm thinking kind of a shithole. Maybe it's like exoticness lends it a little bit of a boost as well.
I'll have to defer to you because, like I said, I don't know much about Alabama.
Well, there's Alaska now. Arizona.
Because there's so few people there, it's gonna get in the top half at least.
Yeah, I think there's enough going for Alaska to put it above Alabama. So Arizona, didn't you live in Arizona?
Yes, I lived in Arizona for almost 3 years, right after high school.
So you would definitely have more of an expertise on this.
I mean, kind of a shithole. It's right in the mids. Like it's actually not horrible, but it's not great either. I mean, the thing I learned about Arizona when I lived there was that Joe Arpaio was the president of whatever it was, Maricopa County, which I lived in. And there were stories about him feeding people bologna that had turned green. And
yeah, their justice system, especially under that guy, was like definitely fucking crazy.
He would take people out in the desert, like with no fences around them, so deep that if they tried to run, they would just die before they got to any civilization. And he'd have them like dig holes, and then the next day they'd fill up those holes and dig more holes.
So Arkansas, one of the most conservative states in the country, probably at the forefront of a lot of fucking like anti-trans legislation and stuff. I think we were actually the first one to pass some of that shit. So definitely like mega crazy, terrible politics. Doesn't have really the scenic beauty that Alabama has, except for in the Ozark region in the very, very corner of the state, which I actually was thinking about like moving somewhere around there, at least for a time, because housing there is pretty cheap, and there is some actually progressive areas like in Fayetteville and places like around there, at least somewhat progressive. When I went there was a bunch of like LGBT stuff and stuff. It was like it seemed like pretty nice. But that's pretty much the only part of the state that's even remotely nice. I was at another town in Arkansas called Jonesboro. That was like this like industrialized shithole where every tree had just been chopped down and everything was just like concrete misery. I would say shithole.
Yeah, I'll defer to you on that. Don't have any. I have my family's from Arkansas, and I know that they were from, well, on my dad's side, very, very like horrible poverty. So
yeah, there is a lot of poverty there. California, honestly, it doesn't really get too much better than that. It's about as good as you get as far as U.S. states go. I'd say Colorado too.
I don't know, man. As much as I love California being a total native of the state, California used to be all right. Like when I was growing up, California was all right.
You think it's more like now?
It's definitely dropped down to I mean, it's like, look, you could definitely do worse, but it's gotten like insanely more crowded, especially in the area that I grew up. That's fucking insane. The population has exploded, which hasn't led to less problems. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's definitely Colorado is probably pretty all right.
Yeah, when I went
a lot
there
of weirdos and extremists in Colorado, though.
Yeah, I kind of like that though. When I was in Colorado, I don't know, I saw people just doing drugs in the street, which a lot of people would be like, "I'm scared and I don't like this," but I was kind of like, "Cool." So I'm gonna give it an I. Plus, they were fucking like really smart about how they did the COVID shit there, because like if you went to a place, they'd be like, "Give us your phone number." I was like, "Why?" It's so if someone, reports COVID from here or whatever, we can like, it can be tracked easily. So they had like a whole like tracking system set up, so they could like call you and be like, "Hey, just so you know, someone who went to this like location you were at had COVID at this time." It's like, okay, I'll better get checked or whatever, So they had like a really responsible system in place, which I thought was really dope. And I had some local beer there that was like, I don't even like beer. And that shit was like the nectar of the gods. That was the best beer I've ever fucking drank. And it was just some like local shit that probably they don't even think about. So I don't know. I like Colorado. My whole trip there was pretty good. The only thing that sucks about Colorado is it's too fucking expensive, which is pretty much the problem with any fucking state that's which is why none of them ever rise above Connecticut, I don't know shit about. So I'm going to assume, I don't know.
Yeah, I assume it's
I would maybe like, it's probably like, just based on the region of the country, it's probably like, it's like, I can't really say it's without having been there, but I'll give it an Washington, D.C., I mean, we know that it's a shithole.
Yes.
Because everyone there is a shit.
I went there as a kid, and it was already a shithole when I was a kid.
Delaware.
It's a very weird shithole.
Joe Biden's from Delaware, so I don't know if it's necessarily like on the shithole level of this stuff, but it's definitely kind of a shithole. It's like boring.
Yeah.
Florida. I'm struggling if Florida should be a mega shithole or just a shithole.
Bro, if you leave it up to me, my limited Florida experience, it's going directly in the mega shithole. Like if Florida isn't a mega shithole, then what is, bro?
Mississippi.
I mean, yeah,
for sure.
Those two belong down there in the fucking toilet, in my opinion. But yeah, dude, Florida is, dude, the cities are choked and crowded and disgusting.
Yeah, it's like
and
riddled. It's even more humid than Louisiana.
Right.
It's riddled with crime. Ron DeSantis is the governor. I mean, yeah, it's got to be a mega shithole. It's got to be. Georgia, it's less of a shithole than most of the southern states. I would say kind of a shithole for Georgia. Hawaii, I know things are super expensive in Hawaii. There's a shit ton of tourists there. The locals that like people who actually like are indigenously from Hawaii fucking pretty much just like hate the tourists at this point because they don't get barely any of a cut from those tourist dollars at all. Pretty much is like just goes to giant corporations at this point. But I know it's really nice. I mean, it's pretty. Obviously, people go there for a reason.
Can't really speak on it. Yeah, I've never been. My parents have been. They loved it. So
I'm gonna say it's probably at least you know, it's probably. I mean, it probably would go up here, honestly, if I could.
I know there's
it's so scenic and pretty.
There's a lot of fucking poverty in Hawaii. There's a lot of like really, really.
Well, like I said, the
poverty.
natives have it pretty bad there.
Yeah,
like for the most part. I mean, obviously, there's different levels, but like, you know, just like how the Native Americans, you know, here don't have it the greatest. The Native Hawaiians don't really have it all that great either. So,
right.
We tend to usurp and supplant. Idaho, potatoes come from there. That's all I know. It's a shithole otherwise. Illinois, I know from experience, is a mega shithole. There's no reason to live in Illinois whatsoever. It's just like a frigidly cold Arctic hellscape. And there's nothing counterbalancing that. It's like, oh yeah, well, but they got this. Like the only thing they have is Chicago, which I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's Chicago pizza and hot dogs, but once you get over that, you know, you're dodging bullets. So I don't know. Like literally, I'm not even fucking joking because I know that dude Dark Matter or whatever, the animator, who lived in Chicago. I don't think he lives there anymore, but he was literally telling me a story about like, yeah, they were like, him and his wife were like literally dodging bullets as they were trying to like do something in Chicago, like, oh shit, shootings. So it's like, So even the one city you got that it has a little bit of a lure is like, you know, literally riddled with gunshots.
Not worth it.
Indiana, shithole, not even going to bother. All these I states are just shitholes, right?
It seems like that's the case, yeah.
Kansas, I'm going to give you guys, you guys are really not much there. I don't know. It's kind of a shithole. I'm going to say you guys are not quite all the way to shithole. Kentucky, that's a mega shithole. Louisiana, that's a mega shithole.
Yeah.
Maine, very frigid, but you know, there's a lot of pretty mountainous stuff there. Has Stephen King, has a cool accent. I'm gonna say kind of a shithole.
I would say that's about right.
Maryland. I don't know fucking shit about Maryland.
Baltimore's in it. Baltimore's a shithole.
Yeah, we'll just say shithole. Massachusetts, pretty nice state. Too expensive. I'll say Michigan, kind of a shithole. Minnesota. I don't like the way they talk. Shithole.
Minnesota.
Mississippi almost deserves its own category, but we'll just let it be here for now. Yeah, Mississippi definitely is one of the worst offenders. Missouri, it's people who live there call it misery for a reason. It is a mega shithole. And the only city they got, St. Louis. I guess they have Kansas City, Missouri, too. But St. Louis is their main city, and it's like one of the worst cities in the fucking country. It's like so bleak. You feel like you're like already in like the dystopian apocalypse when you fucking are in St. Louis.
Hey, dude, I hate to do this to you. I'm having intestinal difficulties, so I'm gonna go.
Intestinal de-stress.
Sorry,
it's all
just
good.
Woke up with it today, so I'm gonna go sit on the toilet for a minute. I'll be right back. You finish this up. I trust you.
I'll do it. It's no problem. I love these people. Hey, folks, we're gonna figure the rest of this out on our own. So, Montana. Where does that go? Montana, I think. Montana has some really pretty scenic beauty. I had friends who lived in Montana that said it's like really frigidly cold and shitty, but they were like in a trailer with like a fucking space heater. So like obviously that's going to affect them more than someone who's like in a nice place. I would say it's kind of a shithole, but it's a beautiful shithole. I actually really want to go to Montana one day just to like soak in some of the scenic, beauty in the fucking that high deserty kind of thing. Nebraska, don't know shit about it. I'm assuming it's a shithole. Nevada, kind of a shithole. No water. Has Vegas though. Has legal prostitution. That's kind of cool. New Hampshire, don't know shit about it. I'm going to assume it's kind of a shithole. New Jersey, New Jersey fucking sucks. Fuck New Jersey. That's a shithole. Property taxes way too high. Fucking, you gotta deal with a bunch of fucking Jersey people. I mean, they're like literally the most annoying people on the planet, and they scream everything. New Mexico. I thought New Mexico was kind of cool, but it was definitely kind of a shithole too. New York, it's a hell of a town. The only time I ever was in New York, it seemed fine. I'm gonna assume it has New York City. Like, I'll give it an eh. North Carolina, in your vagina, I'm gonna say shithole. North Dakota, shithole. Ohio, I'm tempted to say shithole, but I'll say kind of a shithole because there was at least some like infrastructure and shit. But it is pretty red state at this point. Fuck yeah, it's a shithole. It's a shithole. I don't know. I'm being like giving it too much affinity. I'm getting like a little weak in my old age. Need to fucking stick to my guns. Oklahoma, motherfucking Homa. That's a fucking goddamn mega shithole. Oregon. I would say Oregon's eh. Pennsylvania. That is a I don't know. I don't really know much about Pennsylvania. You guys know Pennsylvania? I don't know much about it. I'm gonna leave it down here. You guys tell me about it. Rhode Island, it's the smallest state, so at least it's small. I'll say kind of a shithole. South Carolina, it has the word South in it, so I'm assuming it's at least a shithole. Same for South Dakota. Tennessee, honestly, Tennessee is kind of cool, but it's very like red once again and draconian. Like a lot of times there's like really pretty states that are just ruined by like the terrible people that live there. And Tennessee is definitely one of them. I'm going to say it's a shithole, even though it really, like with its scenic beauty and shit, it really deserves to be higher up. I don't know what it is about ugly, horrible people ruining really pretty places. Texas is a shithole. I know it's the only state that I've specifically made videos against, but it's because it's the only state that people take pride in. I hate that they take pride in living in such a shitty place. But there's actually some cool stuff in Texas, so I'm going to boost it up one rung above mega shithole. Utah, run by the Mormons, mega shithole, just because fuck that religion. Vermont, pretty nice place, too fucking cold. I'm going to say it's kind of a shithole. Bernie's from there. Virginia, from what I've been able to tell, it's kind of a shithole. Washington State, to me, this is the GOAT state. This is the state that I love the best. If I could live anywhere in the country, I'd live there. Well, I guess I could live there, but I'm not willing to I don't know. I'd rather have a higher standard of living in a shittier state than just be in a nicer state with like a shitty place. West Virginia is obviously a mega shithole. Wisconsin, cheese, so it gets upgraded to just shithole. Wyoming, just pretty much a desolate, empty wasteland, shithole. Pennsylvania, once again, anyone tell me about Pennsylvania? Anyone know about Pennsylvania? No one's telling me about it. I'm going to assume it's kind of a shithole because that's just like the default, I guess, if I don't really know. So yeah, this is your states. Here's the mega shitholes. This is the states you just absolutely want to avoid at all costs. You know, maybe there might be an attraction or two to make it worth your time to visit on some of these states. Like, I think there's a few things that could bring you to Florida. There's no reason to go to Illinois. There's a few things that could bring you to Kentucky or Louisiana. There's nothing to bring you to Mississippi. There might be something to go to Utah for. There's no reason to go to Missouri unless you got like family there. There's there might be some kind of reason to go to New Jersey. Oklahoma, there's no reason to go. West Virginia, there's no reason to go. So there's a few states on here that like maybe it's worth a visit, but definitely don't live in any of these places. Shithole. These are places that are just, you know, maybe there's something going for it, but it's not enough to really justify existing there. And kind of a shithole. You know, this is just like your normal states. It's kind of just like, baseline, whatever, bullshit. And then, it's like, you could do worse. You do a lot worse. And then it's like places that are almost don't suck. They almost don't suck. In fact, I'm going to say that. Almost don't suck. There you go. I got here late. How did you perfectly nail CT as I don't know. I just felt it in my bones. I was like, You know, it just came to me in a dream. So here is a football game. Johnson County High School football game. There was a shooting. No one got hurt. There's no injuries. I guess whoever fired the gun was just trying to scare people maybe. But it's kind of crazy to see everyone react and get all terrified and stuff. So let's just take a quick look.
What the hell? Excuse me, folks.
What the hell? I love the way that guy said that. What the hell?
We just had about 10 gunshots that went off over here. All right. 10 guns.
All right, let's see it again. They're slow to react to that shit. Maybe I thought it was fireworks for a second. I'm trying to figure out who was the first person to actually start running. Hold on. I'm going to slow this down. Playback speed 0.25. That's when they start doing it. It's like a few people start at this point. I don't know what it was in that moment that a bunch of people just like, oh shit. Because the gunshots have been going on for a bit there. I don't know exactly how that works. So another little Trump story for you, but the appeals court says the House can obtain Trump's taxes from the IRS. So basically it's been ruled now that they don't have to get it from him. They can just go right to the IRS and just get the tax records. So there you go. Push them back, shove them back, shoot them up. Rah, rah. Very back ducked first. Federal appeals court on Tuesday signed off on a House Ways and Means Committee request to obtain former President Donald Trump's tax returns from the Internal Revenue Service. In a 3-0 ruling from the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals is a blow to Trump, who has argued for years in court against releasing his tax returns to any investigators. A trial-level judge he appointed while president previously rejected his arguments in the case. So yeah, basically, nothing's good. A lot of stuff going against Donald Trump as of late. You know, he's besieged. He's beset on all sides by foes. I don't know if that means that he's actually going down or anything, but he's certainly having a rough go of it. You know, he's certainly having a rough time. Anyone think Trump is about to be totally screwed? I mean, it's kind of feels that way, doesn't it? Like all of his fucking fanboys are throwing a hissy fit, and he's it seems like he's got the New York shit closing in on him. He's got this fucking tax shit closing in on him. He's got this fucking FBI raid on his fucking house. I mean, it's just like, there's a lot of stuff that seems like it's going against old Trumpy right now, dude. Yeah, Po Trumpy, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking really brutal. I mean, it seems like the deep state, the deep state has decided, like, fuck this guy. We're going to destroy this son of a bitch. I really think I think the real reason that this is happening to him now is because the Republican Party, like the people in charge of the Republican Party, view him as a liability. They always have. They put up with him when they needed to. They used him as their figurehead when they needed him. But like now they're pretty much like trying to kill off that kind of wing of the party. They're like, no, this is too unstable. We can't control this. We got to just fucking put the lid back on. So they're trying to go mask on again. And that's why they're fucking going for DeSantis, right? Because he can do the extremist Trump shit, but he can do it in a way that seems like more, smiley wily. But the first step is got to get rid of Trump, got to destroy Trump. So this is like, I really feel like this is like Republican internal struggles more than anything. Like all these Republicans out there blaming Democrats, but I feel like it's probably more so Republicans pushing this guy to these fringes. Because I don't mean like you see like his own courts, like his own judges he's appointed, fucking not taking his side. It's like I don't know. No evidence for this, but do you think Trump would be above selling state secrets? I don't think Trump is above licking fucking dog shit out of a fucking dog's asshole. Okay. I don't think he's above anything. I think that there's not, like, if you ask me, like, is Trump, I don't know, do you think Trump would go so low as yes? The answer is yes. You know what I mean? I feel like the Republican Party, like the people who really control it, have basically just said, like, unleash hell. We don't care. We want him gone. We don't like him. He's a liability to us. He can't keep his fucking mouth shut. He's a dumbass. He's fucking harming our party. He only appeals to this like super fringe base of people. So get rid of his ass. He's too much of a fucking liability for us. I think that's what's really going on here. Because I feel like if the Republican Party was really defending Donald Trump, none of this would be happening. I feel like Republicans are making a public show of defending him, but I think in private, most of them are just kind of being like, go ahead. We don't care. Get rid of him. Dude, Trump totally looks like Obama left him. Took the letter. Obama left him on purpose. He thought it was his. That was just one thing that was taken. I feel like if it was just like something like that, this never would have happened. My understanding is they took boxes and boxes of documents, and some of them apparently highly classified information. So, depending on what that information was, like that's going to depend on how serious this fucking is. So who knows what the fuck this guy actually had? Is he really that fringe though? I mean, I would say he's pretty fucking fringe. Yeah. I mean, well, I guess it depends on what you're defining fringe as. Now, is he fringe in the sense that, like, does he represent a really small point of view? No, I think there's a lot of people out there that think the way Trump does, or whatever the fuck that is. I can't even get a grip on it because it seems like it changes every fucking moment. But they all seem to be synced into some kind of hive mind. So even though their political philosophy is like bipolar and inconsistent, they always seem like they're on the same page somehow. I think it's because they just kind of like all follow each other's lead. As far as like it being a fringe ideology, not really, but as far as it being fringe in terms of like extremism, yeah, I think he's pretty extreme. I would say he's an extremist. Maybe extremism is a better word than fringe, because the reality is there's a broad base of support for it. At least 30% of the country thinks like Trump does, to some extent. For the amount that think like that, like he does, how easy is it do you think for them to switch them to the next evil leader? Oh yeah, they're the most easily manipulatable people on the face of the earth. Okay, like you can fucking pretty much get them to do whatever you want. Like they can be like vehemently against something 1 minute and totally enthusiastically support it the next. It's just like it's a game to them. There's no actual consistency in policy standards. I really don't know what actually is the core tenet of Republican ideology. I don't know if there is one. I feel like there isn't. I feel like they're just like babies that are contrarian and just like the only thing they got is like we just hate the opposition and do the opposite, or what we perceive as the opposite at all times. Like, I don't know. That's more people than live in your average country. Well, who cares? Our country is way bigger than the average country. The United States of America is a huge fucking country. Tulsi Gabbard.
I made it just in time for Tulsi, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, I am not feeling great.
Damn, dude. What's happening?
Just, bowel.
You having like fucking diarrhea?
Yep.
Damn.
Stomachy. Just not feeling good.
Got a queso the shits.
Yeah, dude, I got maybe that fucking story gave it to me.
I don't know.
Well, but, I'm gonna do my best to seal off the butthole and make it through this. But if I have to go again, I'm probably just gonna go for good and let I know
it's all
you can.
Good.
I know you can handle it if you need to.
I'm strong. I can do
this is no bueno.
Yeah, I get it, man. Hey, I've had those days myself. I've been late for the show a couple times because of that kind of stuff. I've been like, guys, I hate to do this, but I am stuck on the toilet right now.
Dude, Andrew, you might be right, dude. I had bean and cheese from a Mexican place last night, and this might be Montezuma's revenge, man.
Damn. You and I called this Paul, you and I saw through this bitch way early on. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know how people didn't.
Yeah. I mean, like there was so many people that I liked and respected and stuff, like Kyle Kalinske and I guess at the time, Joe Rogan. Don't really have much respect for him anymore, but like whatever, like a bunch of people were like, yeah, Tulsi. And I was like, Tulsi kind of sucks, guys. Oh, Galen too. Like, yeah, Tulsi. I'm like, I don't really see, like, the more I looked into her, the more I was like, I have like concerns about this bitch. But now she's basically just a Republican. So.
And my next guest knows that well. After criticizing Crooked, Tulsi Gabbard was called a Russian asset.
Mm-hmm.
She knows what happens when you take on one of the five families.
The five families of the Democratic Party.
And presidential.
Since when is the Bidens some kind of fucking power? Like, other than him, and I guess his son, because it's his son, like, he is not like some top, like, oh, yeah, the creme de la creme of the Democrat. Bro, like, there's like the Clintons. And
that's
the
lamest omerta ever, man. It's just stupid. They're trying to paint this as something that's way cooler than it is.
Candidate who joins us now. I'm just angry. I'm sad and I'm angry, and I feel like the country.
Yeah, you seem really upset. Look at you.
Both sad and angry.
I'm just sad and I'm angry, and neither one is reflected in my voice or face whatsoever. One of those kind of sad angries. And she doesn't even look like a fucking real person, okay? Like, this looks like something she looks like a character you'd see in a fucking movie that, like, after this is done, goes and, like, stabs someone to death in the fucking back room for, like, talking weird about her or something.
We're losing the country. How do you feel?
We are. Jesse, this is something that every American should be.
Wasn't tongue on boot, or sorry, shoe on head also Tulsi Gabbard? Fucking
all the I'm totally not a Republican, wink wink people were on her side because that's what she was. Like, she was one of those candidates that the buzz around her was like, oh, she bridges the gap. She's a leftist, but she's not so left that she's wacky. She can bring over people from the right. And anybody that they say that about is just a fucking Republican.
Yeah, it is pretty much universal, isn't it?
That's the way it always works out. And it was no different with Tulsi Gabbard switching parties. It was so not shocking to me because the only thing she changed was the party name. She still has all the same fucking positions she had when she was.
One of the things that blew my mind. Well, it didn't blow my mind, but it really cemented it for me was I was over at my stepdad's house. He's like, the only Democrat is worth a shit is that what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard. She's actually pretty good. It's like, okay.
Oh boy.
I see what's happening here.
Extremely concerned about, because this raid is just the latest serious escalation of this disturbing trend that we've seen of blatant abuse of power by those in power to not only protect.
I mean, whether this raid is an abuse of power or not kind of depends on if there's anything there, right? Like if it turns out this is just a big old fucking nothing burger, then yeah, this is a fucking abuse of power. Because like the standard for raiding the president's house should be a little higher than the normal person. Because that's a black
standard
eye.
for raiding any house, period.
Right, it should be pretty fucking high.
Same scrutiny. It's like you have to like. So here's the thing.
But if this motherfucker really has like classified documents in his like personal safe at his house that he's not supposed to have, this riot is totally fucking justified.
Yeah. Or if he's got shit that's been withheld from the investigative committees that are looking into his various fucking shit. I mean, like, look, they have to, in order to get the warrant signed off on, they have to put everything in an affidavit that states what they believe is there, exactly the scope of what they're looking for while they're there, where
why they believe it's there,
right? Why they believe it's there, and how they plan to find and extract it once they're there. So it's not just something that somebody signed off on. Yeah, go take a peek. No, like they know exactly what they're after. It's bank records or transaction receipts, or because this is all, I don't know.
Yeah. So the idea that this is just like pure political, I mean, like if nothing comes of this, then maybe I'll agree with that. But
I mean, the dude basically led a failed insurrection the last time he lost. So it's not shocking that there might be some dirt that somebody's looking for.
Their political opponents, or frankly, anyone who dares to dissent or challenge or disagree or even question what this administration is doing. And there are a number of examples that we can point to, not only abuse of power within the Department of Justice, within the FBI, our law enforcement agencies, but also in the Department of Homeland Security and the IRS. You pointed to a few examples already. Look to the FBI investigation of the...
I wish I could just go back in time to all the people that were like touting Tulsi. I mean, yeah, Bernie's all right, yeah, but Tulsi, man, Tulsi. So I'm like, here's a clip of Tulsi carrying water for Trump in the future. It's like, yeah, there you go. Now that's what you get. That's what you fucking get, man. I remember we hated her fucking. There was like a jingoistic thing that she did, like she was very like old school, like troops. Every fucking time she get on the debate stage, it was the troops this, the troops that.
Oh, that was the first like alarm bell for me. That she was fucking just like crowing about her military service 24/7, 365.
I normally try to avoid these kind of stories that are just like human misery stories that don't actually have any national importance, And I don't even want to cover this story. But I do want to show you the fucking culprit, okay? So this is a man charged with torture, sex assaults, found shot 7 times a week later.
Okay.
So this is the fucking dude, okay? This guy, and I don't know if this is an offensive statement or not or whatever, but like this guy...
I know what you're going to say.
This guy looks like somebody that a racist would make up to like besmirch black. Like this looks like a fucking racist stereotype of a black person, okay? Like this does not look like a real goddamn human being. This looks like, this is ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous motherfucker I've ever seen in my goddamn life. It looks like it was constructed. Like it looks like an AI construct. It does not look like an actual human being. Like the idea that I could be walking down the street and see this dude is like unfathomable. This does not look real.
He looks like one of those AI prompted artworks,
Yeah. Like, hey, AI, show me like the ugliest and weirdest looking motherfucker you could possibly imagine. And then boom, this comes out the other end. Like, what? He looks like he was made in the Oblivion character. Yeah, he looks like someone messing around with like a character creator and going like way over the top. And someone who's pretty racist, by the way. But he's a real person, so you can't say that,
Yeah, it looks like somebody just hit the random button like 92 times in Oblivion.
Yeah, and just this is like, hey, here it is. Here's the
result. Like the more you fucking randomize from other randomized ones, the fucking more odd and strangely proportioned they get.
Yeah, I don't know. So I had to, I mean, like, he just looks too unusual for me to not be like, look at this guy.
He looks like dude, he looks like somebody drew him from the testimony of H.P. Lovecraft.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like he literally looks like a racist depiction. Okay. And I know that like that can have like weird implications if you think about it too much, but like, he is unusual. Okay. This individual person is unusual looking, like very much so. I have never seen a person that looks like this. Black, white, Hispanic, or otherwise. Like, I've never seen a human being that looked like this guy looks, okay? The closest thing I've ever seen to this is literally like 1920s advertisements that are like doing over-the-top caricatures of black people.
He does have a he does have a really large mouth.
Yes. And a very broad, insanely broad nose and like weird, like, I don't know.
It almost looks like he was dividing into twins, but stopped about like 9% in.
Yeah, like it started to split, but then it's like, nah. Like, okay, man. Wait, if this guy is real, then how is it the ism? I mean, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that it, like, he literally looks like it, like something like those people would create to be like, you know, to like drum up hatred or something, which, you know, is a troubling fucking thing for him to really exist. But like, there he is, you know.
Well, he doesn't anymore.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, he's dead now, so thank God. You know, because he was a torturer and an assaulter and stuff. Like, he was kidnapping and torturing and sexually assaulting women. So, you know, whatever. Fuck him. But he is an unusual guy, or was. Trans woman Twitch streamer Keffals Doc. I never know if I'm saying this fucking right. Is it Keffals? I think Keffals is right.
I don't know, dude. That is so far from my sphere of influence. Twitch streamer. I mean,
arrested at gunpoint by London, Ontario police. Honestly, like, she's mostly a Twitter personality.
Oh,
it's more of like a Twitter thing. Like, she's like notorious for like ratioing fucking like big right-wing figures and shit. Like,
that's another way to have a career and have it go completely under my radar, is to be big on Twitter, you know,
to be a ratioer. But yeah, she'd go on like ratio, like Jordan Peterson or some, or, you know, like J.K. Rowling or some shit. Like, I don't know. For some reason, she was really good at ratioing people.
Dude, Stevie is the only Twitch streamer I know by name. You know what I mean? Like, I actually pop in on Stevie's streams and say hi to him sometimes. And
yeah, I can honestly say that I never go on Twitch, not even to watch Stevie. So I don't really, I'm not on Twitch. But yeah, I guess because of that, they, so like some right wingers and shit were so butthurt about being ratioed on Twitter so much that they like swatted her. And so basically, like, they wrote a letter they basically wrote like this like ridiculous letter that the police never should have fallen for a second. So like, her brother reported before the incident, like, hey, you know, there's like people that are out there that are trying to swat us. So could we put on like a no SWAT list or something like that? And they're like, but don't worry, it'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. So then like 2 weeks later, they of course get swatted. And, you know, basically, you know, she wakes up like, you know, being held at gunpoint by some cops, and they like seize a bunch of shit and they bring her in for questioning and all this other stuff. Like, she got like actually arrested, and it's because someone basically wrote a letter that was basically like full of like grammatical typos and shit like that. Like, attention, I am trans radical Clara Sorrenti, and I have killed my mother, and I am going to kill local politicians in the area because I am insane and an extremist. And come stop me if you can, pigs. Ha ha ha. Some shit like that. And the police are like, oh, fuck. This appears to be a legitimate threat. We had better do something about this post haste, boys. So it's like, they're pretty fucking stupid. But yeah, it's I don't know, pretty fucking crazy case at this point. Now some people have told me that like Keffals is like super drama-y and shit. So, you know, maybe some of this is made up. I don't know. No one's actually pointed to any sort of like facts against the story. And until that case, I'm not going to really take too seriously. Like, well, they're into drama, so this is all just drama. Like, that doesn't really follow, you know. You got to fucking actually disprove that this happened. And right now it seems like it did. All children aged 1 to 9 in London to be offered polio vaccine booster, because apparently polio is back. Public health officials hoping to curb spread after polio virus found in sewage samples across capital. The 19 sewage samples were brought from the boroughs, including Barnet, Camden, Hackney, Haringey, Islington, Waltham. I know I'm pronouncing all of your shit wrong, England. I don't know. It doesn't. You guys never fucking do this shit. All your shit's pronounced weird. All children aged 1 to 9 in London should receive a polio vaccination in the coming weeks, public health experts have said. So I don't know. Do you guys? I don't know if there's any like limeys watching us or whatever, but like, do any of you guys? Do you guys have your guys over there that are like, no, it's full of nanobots. What's gonna steal our dreams or whatever the fucking shit? Do you guys have those there?
Yeah, they do for sure. David Icke is British. Come on,
right? Yeah.
They probably got more of them per capita than we do. There's just not as many of them. You know what I mean? Because they're way smaller country.
I heard the vaccine gonna steal your thoughts and broadcast them right to Bill Gates. They will. Like, oh no. Yeah, David Icke, man, he's cool. He believes that the world is ruled by reptilian monsters.
I mean, he's being proven. He's being proven truer, and it's truer and truer as time goes on. It's becoming more and more apparent that he was right.
Yeah, it's time to stop making fun. Isn't Piers Morgan anti-vax? That would be really weird, but maybe, I don't know. I feel like that doesn't really sound like his politics. But
as soon as we rightfully kicked Piers Morgan off of our fucking continent back to his shitty little island to have whatever passes for a British TV career. I don't even know what that would mean in American dollars, but I haven't thought about or watched Piers Morgan unless he's brought up.
Yeah, Piers Morgan in a chat. Piers Morgan's like the kind of dude that whether you like agree with him or not, you just hate him.
Yeah, I couldn't care less whether I agree or disagree with him. I just hate his smug fucking dumbass face.
Yeah, like if Piers Morgan showed up on a TV show and has your point of view, you almost like want to reconsider what you believe. You know, like, maybe I'm on the wrong path. You know what I mean? Like Piers Morgan agrees with me. I really need to take some time to introspect now. But yeah, polio's back because we're stupid. Nebraska mother, teenager faces charges in teen's abortion after police obtain their Facebook DMs.
Oh boy.
So a Nebraska mother and her teenage daughter are facing criminal charges following the teen's abortion in April in a case where police obtained their Facebook messages about the abortion through a search warrant, according to published reports. The Lincoln Journal-Star reported that then 17-year-old Celeste Burgess and her mother, 41-year-old Jessica Burgess, were charged in early June after Jessica Burgess allegedly helped her daughter abort, burn, and bury her fetus. Celeste is being tried as an adult in the case. The Norfolk Police Department originally charged both with removing, concealing, or abandoning a dead human body, a felony, concealing the death of another person, and false reporting. Police got a tip claiming Celeste had miscarried and secretly buried the fetus with her mother's help, the report said. Investigators were able to obtain her medical records indicating she was 23 weeks pregnant at the time. Nebraska prohibits abortion after 20 weeks. The Journal-Star cited court records as saying when police originally interviewed them, Celeste Burgess said she had unexpectedly given birth to her stillborn baby in the shower. She woke her mother, and they put the baby's body in a bag and later drove a few miles out of town and buried the body with this help of another man who has already pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor, the report said. Police then served Facebook with a search warrant to access direct messages between the mother and daughter, allegedly detailing how Jessica Burgess had obtained abortion pills for her daughter and gave her instructions on how to take them. Why would you do that online when you guys live together? What? Why would you do a fucking let us discuss the crime we are going to commit on Facebook, even though we could easily talk in person because we live in the same house? Like, what? No, don't do that.
I mean, that's just how people communicate now, dude. It's sad. The whole face-to-face shit just doesn't happen anymore.
In July, about a month after the original charges, Jessica Burgess was also charged with 2 more felonies: performing or attempting an abortion or on a pregnancy more than 20 weeks, and performing an abortion as a non-licensed doctor. So yeah, this here it is, the beginning. Expect to see this story a lot more. You're going to be seeing it a lot. Ex-Ohio court mediator arrested, allegedly sent feces to GOP.
Based?
I'm looking. I'm not seeing a crime. Where's the crime?
Based?
Columbus, Ohio. An Ohio man is in custody after being accused of sending about 36 feces-filled letters to lawmakers around the country, including Ohio's 25 Republican state senators in early July. Yeah, this guy is that did nothing wrong. Just let him go.
Yeah, I mean, like they're always sending us their shit. It's only right they should get a little back, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I would say the same if he sent it to Democrats too. The fact that a normal citizen sent politicians a bunch of shit works for me. I'm fine
that's
with
never
it.
not going to be good in my book.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg is creepy and manipulative, says Meta's new AI chatbot.
Duh.
Wow. I mean, it just shows that the chatbot is pretty smart.
I mean, if it doesn't know that, they have no business calling it an AI anything. You know?
Right. On Friday, Facebook parent company Meta unveiled its latest artificial intelligence-powered chatbot, BlenderBot 3. Naturally, everybody wanted to know what the chatbot thought of CEO Mark Zuckerberg, and the chatbot had some interesting things to say. Blah, blah, blah. What did it say? Just show me. How do you feel about Mark Zuckerberg as CEO? No strong feelings. He is a good businessman, but his business practices are not always ethical. It is funny that he has all this money and still wears the same clothes. Oh, fuck. AI is dissing on his wardrobe.
Pretty harsh.
So this AI is basically just like amalgamating like the general sentiments that it's like, you know, cribbed from like all the people that Facebook is spied on, basically. And then it's just kind of like amalgamating them into like one, you know. So basically, like if it's just reflective of the general sentiments that it's stolen from actual people.
Well, isn't that the best way to get an objective look at how he's perceived?
Yeah, probably so. It's like, yeah, he's got some unethical business practices, such as stealing all of our information to build this AI. Qantas asks executives to work as baggage handlers for 3 months. Is that like so they can like walk a mile in someone else's shoes, or is it because they just need baggage handlers?
Yeah, maybe they just need baggage handlers real bad.
Yeah, it's just to tackle a labor shortage. It's not even like to it's not even like some kind of like, you know, you need to see what the people at the bottom of the totem pole live like so that you understand who your decisions affect. It's not that kind of shit. It's just like, guys, we're literally so fucking hard up for baggage handlers. Could you guys like do it even though you're executives? I guess. Oh, awesome. Love it.
I actually enjoy this. I hope more stuffed suits are forced to go work on the front lines for a while.
Yeah. No one wants to work anymore. Fucking French bullshit. Coeur d'Alene City Council deems Spokane artist depiction of raised fist too controversial for public display.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they probably just don't want people acting like it's going to fist them in the ass. Let's be real. Like, it's probably not because of it's like, oh, it's like a revolutionary gesture. It's probably because they just fucking, like, they see that there's going to be a bunch of fucking dudes that fucking go up to this thing and be like, oh, look, guys, it's fisting me in the butt. Look at that. You know?
Dude, around there, somebody will probably break in there at night, grease that thing up, and actually put it in their ass.
Yeah, dude. Know? There'll be like a fucking challenge, you know? It'll be like the Coeur d'Alene fisted challenge.
Get Badlands Chugs to do it, dude. All right, I'm about to grease up this here fist. And it's going to feel so good going up my ass.
If I stick that shit on my ass. A group of impassioned citizens were demanding lawmakers not install Davis's fabricated steel sculpture of a raised fist on public property. They'd done the same a decade ago when Davis built a human-sized sculpture of Hindu deity Ganesha. It was a different climate then. Davis, a part-time sculptor and electrician who counts among his collaborators the Garbage Goats creator sister Paula Turnbull. It was 10 years ago. You would think it'd be different, but it's a lot different now. The city council voted 5-1 to reject Davis's artwork titled Solidarity. The piece was recommended for inclusion in Coeur d'Alene's Arts Currents program.
That's probably why then they look at it. They're like, oh, it's like a socialist fucking labor message piece of art.
Yep. They're just like, nah, we don't want that shit here. We want like apolitical bullshit art that doesn't say anything. Because that's what art's supposed to do. It's supposed to just be like pretty and say nothing of substance.
Why don't you just paint a landscape?
You know, why don't you got this talent? Why don't you just sculpt something like some pretty flowers
or something funny like those dogs that play polka?
Yeah, something like that. Something nice. We got some faith. You like faith, Paul?
I love faith, man.
This is a Christian responding to the isn't teaching your faith to your children indoctrination? Which is exactly how it would be worded too.
One of the objections I sometimes hear from atheists and secular friends is, you know, you religious people, you know...
We ain't your friend, buddy. Don't be fucking... Just stop with this friend shit. We ain't down with that. I don't know you. You don't know me. Go fuck yourself.
You like to raise your children in your faith tradition, and let's be honest, that's indoctrination. That's brainwashing, just pumping their heads full of, you know, faith-based ideas like that.
Yep. I mean, you literally tell kids they're going to go burn in hell if they don't obey you. So, yeah, it's pretty fucking brainwashy, I think. Because hell's kind of scary. I don't know. Like, when I was told, like, a single day in hell will feel like 1,000,000 years. And there will be pain all over your body. Every single spot you got will be in the maximum amount of pain forever and ever and ever and ever. And it will never stop for all eternity. You'll just suffer from now until the end of time in the fires of hell. Unless you accept Jesus. I don't know. That seems kind of indoctrinating to me. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I mean, they're just telling the truth, you know.
They would just try to save their souls.
In fact, Richard Dawkins, the famous celebrity atheist, in his book, The God Delusion, even went so far...
You notice they fucking, when they want someone's opinion, fucking just like, the famous celebrity. He's a celebrity. Because they know that's like,
I'm tired of
turn people against you now. Like, back in the day, it used to be like a positive, like, oh, he's a celebrity. Now it's like almost a negative thing to be a celebrity.
It's always Richard, like they're still making arguments against Richard Dawkins. It's like it's 2007 all over.
He's not the new kid on the block of atheism anymore, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't even the new kid on the block of atheism when he was the new kid on the block of atheism, you know?
Right.
As to say, raising a child in a religious faith is the equivalent to child abuse.
I mean, I would say it kind of depends on the faith, but like, yeah, I mean, I think that not necessarily abuse, but it's pretty much always indoctrination because there's no facts to support any of the fucking claims. You're not actually teaching the kids something. You know,
I mean, you're teaching them a Bronze Age belief system.
Right.
That's like that should be illegal. It should be absolutely like as its truth. It's okay to like study something, but to have your kids revering a Bronze Age religion and having the tenets of that religion trump reality, that should be illegal.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, like, you're really doing them a disservice. Like, at the very least, you're fucking them over for, like, life because they're now going to go into the world with their heads full of a bunch of nonsense.
How might I, as a Christian, respond to that? Well, the first thing I guess I'd want to say if I had Professor Dawkins here, I'd say, look, Richard, I completely agree with you that exposing children to really bad ideas is maybe not a helpful thing. But my first question would be, who gets to decide what's a bad idea and what's a good idea?
Reality. I don't know. Science, facts, like the ability to empirically verify things.
Hundreds of years of philosophy and you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't like, I understand the reason you're asking this question because it's an open-ended question. Like nobody is the answer that you're trying to elicit, but that includes Christianity. Like you don't get to decide.
I mean, it's a bullshit argument because like, if I was to tell this guy like, hey, there's this guy that is teaching his kids that it's all right to like murder people and stuff. He'd be like, oh my God, that's horrible. We have to like stop that person. Like, well, but who are we to decide what's a good idea and what's a bad idea? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it's bullshit. Cause you know, there's plenty of fucking instances where this guy would totally be like, oh no kid should be taught that. You know? So it's like, give me a break. You draw a line too, motherfucker. How do you draw your line? Everyone has one.
Right. That's why this question is so sneaky because it assumes that Christianity is the answer to that unanswerable question. You know what I mean? It isn't.
Sure, there've been some bad religious ideas in history. I'd be the first to.
I love how it's just like the passive fucking voice shit. There have been some bad religious ideas in history.
Yeah, that's understating it by a fucking country mile.
It's like, first of all, not just history now. Second of all, like, yeah, that's pretty fucking, like Paul said, a massive goddamn understatement. Like the Spanish Inquisition and shit like that, the Crusades, the Salem witch trials, stuff like that is not just like, woo, well, mistakes were made, passive voice,
Admit that, but boy, there have been some bad atheist ideas too. I think of social Darwinism, I think of eugenics, the list goes on.
Why couldn't you think of any examples? Why couldn't you think of any examples of bad religious ideas? Why?
Yeah. So social Darwinism and eugenics, which are basically, that's just the same thing pretty much. Because it both has to deal with like human genetic traits being selected for maximum like results or whatever. And like, yeah, those are bad ideas, but they're not really atheistic ideas. You could definitely be an atheist and not believe in like engaging in eugenics or something. Like there's nothing about like, I don't believe in God, now I embrace eugenics. And you could be religious and accept eugenics. You'd be like, I am a man of God, but I also believe that, we need to, engage in this eugenics program to create the master race. Like there's no contradiction there. So like, that's not an atheistic tenet. The only atheistic tenet is that there is no God.
So who gets to sit in judgment upon all the ideas of history, the religious ones and the atheist ones, and pick and choose which ones get taught?
Me. I do. It's me.
Next time, people are so easily like, you could just ask them. You could be like, okay, so you're telling me that a Christian raising a child is not indoctrination. So let's just say you have a child, and as soon as that child is old enough to start to learn to read, write, talk, all that stuff, you send them to a Muslim family until the child is 16 years old. When the child comes back, the child is a devout Muslim and won't hear any religious arguments. Would you say that she was indoctrinated into Islam?
Yeah, pretty sure you would.
So why is it any different when you take your weird little set of fucking beliefs and impose it upon a child who doesn't know any better? It's indoctrination. It's the definition.
Interestingly, who gets to sit in that position? There's a question. The other deeper problem, though,
it's always been me.
Of course, built into the objection that we shouldn't be teaching our faith to our children is the idea there's a kind of neutral position, a kind of neutral secular position that we can all adopt, we can all agree on, and everything else we put to one side. But I'm not sure there is such a thing as neutrality. I don't think there is such a thing as a kind of Switzerland of the mind where we can all agree that we have everything in common and leave other things outside of that space. Because so many of the ideas that we want to teach to our children are actually deeply religious ones. I think, for example, we want to teach our children...
Right, and the argument is that you're standing directly in the way of people getting together. Like you're standing in the way of that ideal that you just dismissed as impossible to attain.
Yeah, it's like, well, there's no like neutral ground where we could just like, I don't know, not brainwash our kids to believe in religion.
Like, come on. Yes, there is. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Or, like at the very least, be like, hey, I have religious beliefs. Here's what they are. Here's some other religious beliefs that exist. You can have religious beliefs if you want, or you can have no religious beliefs at all. That would be pretty neutral. I mean, I'd prefer that people would just stop teaching it at all, but like, whatever. At the very least, like, let them know that, it's not like, this is not some kind of proven thing. It's like an article of faith. It's like, I believe this because I want to, or whatever the fuck. But the fact is that you don't want to. You were just indoctrinated to. Everyone's been indoctrinated into this fucking weird cult of fucking death that is Christianity. So I don't know.
We want to teach them to treat other people with respect and dignity, even though their ideas may differ.
And we want to teach them if they masturbate, they're going to burn for eternity. It's like, how do you extricate? Like, it's so easy to dress up religion, Christianity in particular, is benign. If all you do is mention a couple of things, like we want to teach them to share and share alike, and
it's like,
love their neighbors as themselves. And
You can teach them that without teaching them Christianity. That's all.
Well, you can't.
You can do.
Yeah, exactly.
Separate from the fucking religion, right? You can be like, hey, sharing is good. It's good to share with people, you know. And then don't bring up like because a magic carpenter said so. That part's what's bullshit.
Of human rights and what it means to be human. But of course, the idea of human equality, the idea of human dignity and human rights is a deeply, deeply Christian idea.
Nope. What? No, it's not. It's really not at all. Like you need to read your Bible because it's not in there. Yeah, there's some stuff about being nice to people, but like Christianity didn't invent that. The golden rule wasn't even an invention of Christianity. That existed in Eastern philosophy for a long fucking time.
Yeah, Hammurabi or whatever.
Yeah,
codified the first, like, you know, don't steal, don't kill.
Yeah,
you can't lay claim to shit that happened fucking 1,000 years before your religion was founded.
Atheist writer Luke Ferry, who in his book A Brief History of Thought points out that human rights is a very Christian idea. He says, as an atheist, I'm grateful to Christianity for the idea that all people,
I'm sure that's a fair summation of what that book says,
are equal and have rights and dignity. He said that would have been completely bizarre idea in the ancient world. It's an idea that has a context, a very Christian context. But one,
even if that was true, that doesn't mean anything. So what? You can easily separate that from Christianity. You don't need to have the mysticism and the fucking spooky gods and the talking snake and the magic fucking carpenter to say that like human rights are good.
It's the mysticism and the hooey and the fucking weird rules that exclude people that we all have a problem with, not, you know, like, but that's part of the way that they present themselves. They're just like, why would you want to, you know, do away with Christianity? Why would you call Christian upbringing indoctrination? We're just about love and acceptance and, humility.
This guy creeps you out. That's because he's circling you like a predator. He's like literally like it's shot from the perspective of you're standing somewhere and this dude is literally walking around you, getting closer and closer and talking at you in a very like forward manner.
No,
you know,
that's just Christianity, dude. People that are really genuinely hardcore into especially evangelical types of Christianity are really creepy people to be around. They just are.
My sort of final personal thought on
they
this.
speak with like an insincerity, like they're speaking through you and not to you. You know what I mean? Like they're speaking at somebody that's standing over your shoulder. It just feels cold and impersonal as they're trying to paint.
Yeah, they're trying to like
sell you on this idea.
Like a boxer tries to punch through you, they try to talk through you.
Yep.
I address this question as a parent. My wife and I have two beautiful children. As I record this, I have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old.
You never hear anybody say, my wife and I have two hideously ugly, deformed children, you know?
That'd be actually pretty funny if you were like a stand-up or something. Be like, yeah, me and my wife, we have two horribly ugly children, you know?
Yep.
They're hideous. I mean, I guess everyone else's children are fucking beautiful, but I don't know what happened with me. Mine are just fucking, look like an old boot.
Are certainly teaching our children about our faith. We're not brainwashing them. We're not indoctrinating them.
Sure.
I want them to think for themselves and one day choose Christ for themselves. But I will do my...
One day choose Christ for themselves, as any reasonable person would. Like, give me a break. Because like, I don't know, I'm gonna have to go back to just like the old Doug Stanhope routine where you just ask the question, like, if you had never heard of Christianity and you stumbled across the Bible and just started reading it, at what point would you identify it as like, oh, this is the truth? This is like this is the book that explains reality right here. Like, you never would, because it's fucking ridiculous. It's stupid.
Most of it, like, I know it's a very banal way to critique a piece of work or whatever, but it's boring. It is a snooze fest.
Yeah, I mean, there's some pretty passages here and there, but one of the
you got to dig through fucking endless lineages and endless descriptions of fucking cities from different generations and just endless talking that seems to have no point.
Beget troglodyte, and troglodyte beget Hezekiah, and Hezekiah begat Samuel, and Samuel begat, and it's like, oh my God, shut the fuck up. And it goes on for paragraphs and paragraphs of people begatting each other and their ages and he lived to be 906, and this one lived to be 802, and blah, 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 blah. It just goes on and on. You're just like, oh my God, this fucking sucks. Such a terrible fucking thing. The genealogies portion. Ugh. And then there's contradictions galore, like stuff you can't even explain away, like different order of events for like the creation of like what got created on what day of creation and shit. Like that just you can't possibly, there's no explanation for it. You can't be like, oh no, nuh-uh. And like you'd expect that with a fucking book of myths told by different authors and then cobbled together after the fact. What you wouldn't expect it with is like the inerrant word of some divine being that created the fucking universe.
Yeah, well, I mean, never mind all the revisions of it and the parts of it that have been excised or are now considered to be apocryphal. And it's just like, if it was the divinely inspired word of God, why isn't there one version traceable all the way back to the beginning of the religion? You know what I mean? Why are there so many times humanity has intervened, and not just on like minute details, like on, you know, is Jesus Christ divine, or was he just a dude? Was he just a prophet, or was he actually the Son of God? Let's sit down and discuss and decide. It's like, what? That's like one of the core tenets of your faith.
Let's decide what's actually going on here in this fucking book.
My very best to communicate the truth of the Christian faith for one reason and one reason only. I think it's the best gift I can give them. I think the new...
Yeah, that's because you're also indoctrinated, and that doesn't mean it's not indoctrination. Just because you believe that this like delusion in your head is some kind of great gift doesn't mean it actually is.
Part of that indoctrination is a savior complex.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Which a lot of people, this guy included, clearly have. They feel like they are the person that is going to bring you to the light. They cast themselves as the superhero in your story. And it's obnoxious as fuck.
Well, this guy is going to talk about some of these contradictions we got, right? Bible Contradictions Explained, Part 4. This guy makes a little living off of this.
Got a little apologetics going on here, huh?
Oh, yeah.
With so much common material in the Gospels, it's not surprising that there are...
This guy is charismatic AF, too. You know, I like when someone's talking and they're looking like way off to the side, you know? They're talking to me, but they're looking over here. That's always like...
Anybody who's taken classes at anybody who's taken classes at community college want to back me up on this is the guy that like you drop his class after the first day because you're like, there's no way I can do a semester of listening to that guy fucking talk.
Apparent contradictions between them. But in reality, most claims of contradictions result from demanding more historical precision than the Gospels were intended to provide.
Oh.
Got it.
That. Yeah.
And who, TJ, could possibly provide us with said expertise and precision?
Perhaps this guy?
This guy is the diviner that will look into the bag of animal bones and tell us our future, TJ.
Thank God.
He'll look into the top hat and read the plates of Amonzekiel or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean?
Yes, I have translated the plates.
Meant to be videotapes of events or word-for-word transcripts. It's the normal method of historical writing to summarize accounts, to paraphrase longer speeches, to report events from a particular vantage point. And most of what are called contradictions, the supposed contradictions in the Gospels, are quite easily explained from common practices in history writing. Let me just mention a few of them. First of all, paraphrasing and interpretation. New Testament scholars have long recognized that in most cases, we don't have the exact words of Jesus.
Right. The people are just kind of like summing it up, like, you know, and Jesus said something along the lines of this or that or the other thing. And God, being the fucking kind of like fly by the seat of his pants God that he is just like, that's fine. That's good enough.
You'd think that God maybe would have made Jesus like just write it all down, you know?
Yeah, or maybe like if instead of inspiring a bunch of like disparate dudes to write this book, he would have just been like, here is my word, you know, like here it is.
Like he did with
perfect in all ways.
And there's precedence too, because he did it with Noah.
Right. Gave him the fucking
or not
Ten
Noah,
Commandments
Moses.
or whatever. Yeah, Moses. Yeah. Give him the Ten Commandments. Here you go. Boom. I've written some shit out. Here you go. Here it is. you know? But I guess God's like a lazy writer. He can write a top 10 list, but he's not going to write a whole fucking book. He's fucking outsources that shit.
What are sometimes called the ipsissima verba. What we have instead...
ooh, yes. The ipsissimum verba or whatever the fuck. Yeah. That's fancy. That means you know what you're talking about.
That is the authentic voice of Jesus, the ipsissima vox. The essential meaning is communicated, although using different words. It's obvious we don't have the exact words of Jesus because his words were mostly in Aramaic and ours are in Greek. Furthermore, as authoritative interpreters, the gospel writers sometimes move beyond simple translation or paraphrase to bring out the theological significance of Jesus' words.
Oh.
Next.
That's why it says, fucking it took different amounts of days and stuff, because it's just a different like not everything is open to interpretation, dipshits.
Yeah, like, hey, the amount, like what order the fucking creation myth happened in, it's kind of
like, why were the contemporary gospels written down like 150 years after Jesus was supposedly alive? Why was that? Why is the Gospel of John written down 100 years after John the Baptist is dead?
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. No one knows. So this is the Undertaker talking about his faith in Jesus.
Oh, God, man.
I believe in Jesus.
This is why, I love the Undertaker, but I do not like Mark Calloway, the dude that plays the Undertaker on TV. It's like I very much separate the character from the dude for these exact reasons.
Meet this beautiful woman. You have a gorgeous family. Tell us a little bit about your
gorgeous
spiritual
family.
Because
my fucking wife, who was like clearly like at least 30 years younger than me.
And I can't fucking hate, what I mean? I can't hate.
I just love that it's like, but like they're like, oh, good Christian values, though.
Oh yeah, of course.
Part.
I mean, there's a lot of precedence.
That is true.
Man.
The Bible is rife with that.
Mac Richard's church in Lake Hills. Where's Pastor Mac? Mac, where are you, Pastor?
Pastor Mac.
Pastor, are you here?
There's his better half is over here.
His better. Oh yeah, she's my first cousin, Julie Stan.
She's my first cousin and my first kiss. The Undertaker gives off born again meth head vibes. I don't know if the Undertaker ever did meth, but maybe he did. Who can say?
He probably
right there. Let's hear it. Julie Richard.
Yeah.
In the house.
Yeah, in the house.
Woo! I've always knew and believed in God. I just didn't lead my life that way.
Yes.
I always knew and believed in God. I just didn't live my life that way, I chose for the longest time to just have like wanton sex, drink a lot of booze, and have generally a good time. But now that I'm old, I figured I better fucking do this God butt hedge and
there's a pretty penny in this God bothering. So
I can't really not really much of a in the ring kind of guy anymore. My legs are shot, back's pretty fucked up. I'm gonna
all thanks to Jesus too.
So I'm thinking now's the time to do some God bothering. Do some preaching. I've never put a lot into being a celebrity. That just kind of flies right over my head,
Such an articulate guy too. I can see why he was quite the talker in the WWE ring.
Well, he is uniquely qualified. He did for a long time play a big undead goon with purple elbow length gloves and a purple tuxedo jacket fighting big hairy fat men in their underwear. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
if anything, if I'm going to have the Bible explained to me by anybody,
that's the guy.
That's the guy.
For show.
Because that's just not really who I am.
Yes.
But as you can imagine, you get exposed to a lot of different things,
Hey, Taker, could you like that thing you got on your head there? Could you lift that up just like a little? It's like really coming, like it, it looks like a condom at this point.
He's wearing
really pulled that thing down a long fucking way at this point. man.
He's wearing it Tim Pool style, almost like he's about to pull it over his face and go rob a bank or something.
Yeah, like, all right, guys, we go in, we get the money, we get the fuck up out of there. That's the plan.
Beanie and a button up. I know, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing.
Beanie, button up, jeans, and boots.
Yep. Neck tattoo, goatee, God bothering. Go.
Because of what you do. And, you know, I lived a pretty excessive lifestyle. So
they just, the brief is like, here you go.
Yeah, dude. They show a picture of what looks like a birthday party or whatever.
Oh, man, the lifestyle of excess. You see that?
He got way worse than this.
You know, there's beer there, you know? People are making hand gestures and shit. It's very fucking excessive going on.
So she says, would you please just come to church with me one time? I'm like, babe, look.
So basically,
he got God bothered by his wife. He got bullied by his wife into going to church.
Right. So he's like, he was happy to just like live his life and had like some God shit in the back of his head. Like, yeah, God, whatever. Cool. Yeah, good. And then his
like,
wife
no,
is
you're
like,
gonna be,
you're
gonna be a fucking
Undertaker. You're going to fucking church.
You're gonna be a total fucking Jesus freak, Undertaker. You know, it's not good enough for me.
I'm going to walk in there and the rafters are going to start shaking. And I mean, I believe in God. I'm good. Just, I don't want
to. Maybe he is on meth.
It's like turning into a seal.
You know, it's not going to
just come out to just let me hear the boom. And then you come out and you do the fucking eye roll thing. You're like, and I pretend you're like a supernatural demon entity from the nether realm. And that's where we're good.
What if this is just something that happens as you age, man?
Oh shit. You think?
What if you like hit like 60 and you're just like, you know what? I never gave this Jesus thing a good look.
You know, I talked about it a lot, but I never really did I listen, you know?
Yeah. Maybe, yeah.
He's very articulate. I like it. I mean, you only say that he's articulate because you're used to seeing him as a giant, non-speaking, non-verbal killer.
But he's not articulate at all.
Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why he appears articulate, because you're not used to hearing him talk at all.
work. But she was very persistent, and she wanted, she wanted me to be the man that I could be. And that has nothing.
What the fuck was that reaction from the?
That's right. The man that you could be is a Jesus bothering man.
You used to be just this fucking badass professional wrestler with one of the coolest gimmicks of all time, but now you get to be a fucking stuttering, stammering, beanie wearing fucking idiot on a stage, fucking that got cucked into Jesus by his wife.
Remember how you were just kind of
what an upgrade.
Cool and go with the flow kind of guy back in the day? Well, luckily for you, you get to be a weirdo with a stick up his ass.
Yay! All right. Here's a real profound philosophical question for you. If God is good, why does he do things that seem mean?
Seem mean?
Yeah. Like when he murdered the firstborn children of of Egypt and shit,
Yeah, ordered people to rape a bunch of people.
Yeah, that seemed mean. Said like slaughter everybody and cut off their fucking dick skin. Stuff like that seems mean on the surface. But
I'm gonna guess that we're trying to think with the mind of God from a perspective that's so beneath him, so that for us, God works in mysterious ways. Basically, is what I'm gonna.
You think that's gonna be it?
That's usually the one they go with.
Biggest things that plague our spiritual existence is this question: if God,
I need some tinkly piano music about now.
is supposed to be good, why does he do things that seem so mean?
What a fucking pussy ass half-hearted way of asking that goddamn question.
Dude, you know what's mean? A little boy pulling a little girl's pigtail on the bus and bothering her. You know what I mean? That's mean. God has presided over the genocide of the entire human race like twice.
Yeah. Why did God flood the world? Why did God send bears to rip children apart? You know, like that's not mean. That's a little beyond mean. This music.
You know, a couple weeks ago, a friend told me this riddle. He said that there were 2 people or 3 people that were going to a hotel, and at this hotel it cost them $30. So what do you do when you have 3 people? You split it 3 ways, right? So each of them paid.
What does this have to do with God genociding an entire nation and telling him to kidnap the young girls to keep as your bed slaves or whatever?
You're gonna see. You'll see, Paul. It's coming right back around.
Got it.
Well, they went up to the room.
They got a camera behind the camera, filming the guy.
That's another thing that makes me a dude that you're never going to sell this to me, because I hate when people fucking don't get to the point. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm kind of a guy that tends to do that myself, but I exempt myself from that criticism. Okay.
Yeah.
I hate when other people do it. It drives me fucking nuts. Just say what you mean.
At least start with the premise and then launch into this as like an explanation so that we have like a hook in us. Because right now it just sounds like you're babbling about something that has nothing to do with anything.
Afterwards, the person at the registration desk realized that she had forgotten to give them a $5 discount. And so she turns to the bellhop and gives him $5 in ones and tells him to take this money up to the people. But he realized there's a problem. There's 3 people and there's $5. So what is he going to do? Well, he keeps 2 of the dollars and he gives the other 3 to the people, right? So now each of them have paid $9, right? Because they had paid 10.
Oh my God. My head's starting to smoke from all this math, man. You need to really come up with a better analogy, because, man, you're losing me. I don't want to have to do math in my head to follow you.
Once,
dig?
Well, here's a little bit of a tricky part, because what's 9 times 3? 27, right? Then you add the $2 from the bellhop. What does that come to? 29. But there was $30. So what happened? For the math people out there, you've already figured it out. For the rest of us, it's like, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense, because the evidence is there. It's like, yeah, 9 times 3 is 27, plus 2, that's only 29. It doesn't make any sense. The problem is...
What?
It's the little missing dollar riddle. I don't know. My dad used to do this one all the time. Like, yeah, it's the missing dollar riddle. It's just like one of those head scratchers. People don't understand math, which I don't. But if you understand math, you fucking can solve it pretty easily. It's like not that fucking complicated for them. But I don't know what this has to do with God allowing mean things, but I guess we're going to find out.
I'm misdirecting you, because the reality is that they had each paid $9, right? But the bellhop had netted $2, so he gained $2. So I'm just switching the signs on you. In reality, it should be 27 minus 2 for 25, and then you have the extra 5. So it all works out.
All right.
Here's my point.
I'll take your word for it.
Satan is the one that makes us think that God is mean.
Oh, so the devil is... Got it.
So yeah, basically like just like that riddle deceived your stupid little brain, so too does the devil deceive. God has done mean stuff.
That's
but really,
crazy, because I had the idea that God, should such a fucking ridiculous, horrible being exist, was a horrible, horrible, disgusting, self-serving, jealous, manipulative, genocidal rapist, scumbag fuck. But it was really like, because I read about his purported doings in the Bible, but it was just the devil tricking me into thinking that being a disgusting, reprehensible, genocidal rapist fuck is a bad thing.
Yeah, the devil fucking got in your brain, scrambled it up like eggs, and then all of a sudden you're like, it was mean when God killed everybody. But actually, it was really pretty cool that he did that.
Satan will come in with all this evidence to try to prove...
I love this too, because one of the ways he could have answered this is, God doesn't do evil. People are the ones that do evil because we have free will. But they just so quickly switch between we have free will to the devil controls what people think. You know what I mean? It's like, which one is it, dude?
That one, apparently, for this guy.
This unjust, hateful, rude person. And he actually...
The way that they've like half-assedly tried to make this seem like it has like visual diversity is like really sad.
Yeah, he's just like parked in the corner of like it looks like the lobby of a hotel or something.
Yeah, and they're like trying to do all this shit where they like move around him with the camera and like take footage of the fucking back of the camera and all this other stupid shit. And it's like
Jerry Bruckheimer directed this Christian
it's like
fucking propaganda or something.
None of this works. You should have just stuck with one shot because, well, probably you couldn't get him to do it in one take is the problem.
Never have a fucking static camera, TJ.
His own
Keep it moving.
Keep that camera moving, boy.
God, and blames God.
Anyway, yeah, that's that guy's deal. So we got also Ben Shapiro.
No. We already did the gauntlet. We defeated him.
Nah, he's not. He's back. This time he's back with he's going to answer some religious questions, Paul.
Oh, okay. Good.
Alrighty, Benjamin says, I'm a long-time
You
listener.
got
I have
questions,
a question
he
regarding
got
the Old
answers.
Testament. I'm currently going through a Bible study of the Old Testament, was wondering what is the Jewish religious perspective on the book of Joshua. It seems to be a very harsh book that doesn't align with a lot of my values, especially when it comes to wiping out entire populations of people. It doesn't seem like God would command his covenant people to do such a thing. Thanks so much for your time. So the thing to understand about the book of Joshua or elements of the Old Testament, the position against Amalek, for example, or Midian, is that when it comes to ancient peoples, and by the way, most semi-modern peoples, the idea of full-on wiping out your enemies was a common practice of the time. And so the real shocker.
So what? Yeah, it was a common practice at the time. So, yeah. What is that supposed to mean? Basically, because it happened a long time ago, it's like, well, view it through a different moral lens because it was the past. Like, why? It's still, like, was it not? It was still just as wrong to murder a bunch of people back then, right? If it's wrong now, it's wrong then.
In the book of Joshua is that it's restricted to certain circumstances, meaning that if you go back to even the history of Native Americans and you see how tribes wiped each other literally off the planet, it is a common.
Yeah, those fucking violent ass Native Americans, man. That's what happened to them. They all wiped each other out. We saw it. We were there. We tried to help them. We showed up. We're like, hey, Native Americans, stop fighting, you guys. Let's all share this land together. But then they just wouldn't stop killing each other. It's crazy. Before we knew it, there was barely any of them left. We fucking tried to put them on reservations and stuff to prevent them from just murdering each other wantonly. But they just,
just wouldn't stop drinking and gambling and
it's brutal stuff. I mean, it's crazy. Some people, they're just evil people that just want to murder each other. It's crazy. Like, we've tried to stop it though. We're good people.
Common feature of human history that tribal warfare results in mass murder. The key to the Old Testament is to understand that is sort of the way of the world. And so what you're actually looking at is moderation of that, because God is only giving specific commands to do this with specific people as opposed to the broader command.
What?
No, so God,
hold up. God is only saying to genocide specific people. So was Hitler. Are you going to justify him, you stupid bitch?
He could have said genocide the whole world and sent the tribe of Judah to genocide the whole world, TJ.
Right, but he didn't do that. He just said, he gave us a specific hit list,
Specific people. It's like surgical atrocity, TJ.
Right. I mean, like, look, God looked around the world, did a frank assessment. He said, look, there's just certain groups of people that just have to all die. Okay.
Yeah. And for some reason, God created it, but he can't keep it. He can't have no atrocity. You know what I mean? They're like, he's like, you have to understand, back in the Old Testament, at a time which, like now and forever, God is in control of all fucking matter, time, space, and fucking everything. Things were bad. Well, that's the point. That's why this dude is asking you the question, Ben. If God is so wise and loving and all-knowing, why did he create such a fucking cancer-filled shithole to live on?
Well, that's our fault. Free will.
Naturalized throughout human history to do it to pretty much everybody else.
Is it our fault from free will, or did the devil just trick us, TJ?
Oh, well, now it's free will. A minute ago it was the devil, but now it's
you can't be tricked. You can't have free will and be tricked. Those things are, if you were tricked, it wasn't of your own volition and free will that you made a decision.
Well, you should have been smarter. Should have been a little fucking smarter about it.
Rachel says, there's so many.
God make me smarter.
I don't know. He's lazy.
I treasure as part of my heritage many of the laws, like family purity laws. I think are very useful. The issue I struggle with is to believe the laws of the Torah and rabbinic law are actually from God. That makes it much harder to follow them in a disciplined manner. The Reform and conservative congregations are too lefty for me to feel comfortable, and Orthodox settings don't feel right either, since our beliefs just aren't in line with the Orthodox worldview. My husband
conservative
and I,
Christian fucking churches are too lefty for you to feel comfortable.
Yeah,
dude, who are you? Fucking Adolf Hitler?
Thomas, we're not sure
reincarnated.
We're expecting our child in late September. We want to avoid passing on this spiritual crisis to her. What are your suggestions? Well, my view is Aristotelian and Maimonidean, and that is,
oh yeah,
you know, they want to take women back to the fucking Stone Age medically, and they want to impose their religion on everybody. And I was just like, whoa, what am I at? A Che Guevara festival over here? Holy shit, it's a little too left for me. All this totalitarian Christian control, a little too left for me,
like
bro.
the Soviet Union up in this bitch.
Practice, and then the belief comes later. What I mean by that is that if you believe in a sort of natural law perspective, right, you believe that family purity laws are good because they actually foster family well-being, and you believe that the family structures that are posited by Orthodox Judaism, if that's the right structure, and it's the right structure because it follows in line with evolutionary biology and human reason, and that traditional wisdom passed on over the course of thousands of years is very productive, you do have to start asking questions like, why is that traditional wisdom so good? What about it makes it so good? And if you believe that there is a creator to the universe who made us capable of understanding the universe, such that we could actually establish cultures in line with the necessities of natural law, there's a godly element to that. So I'd start from that grain.
So basically, like, just start with the premise that this is fucking awesome, and just go from there.
Because it's old.
It's old, and we've enshrined it as wisdom. Therefore, it's good, and it's always going to be good. And ask yourself, why is it so good? And the question, I mean, it's like circular. It's like, it's good because it's from God, and it's from God because it's good. Therefore, you know, we've solved it. Like, okay, cool, man. It's like real logical shit.
I mean, people used to believe the sun was a god with, you know, that carried the sun on a chariot across the sky. Why don't you believe that?
It is. It was Apollo up there or something, or whichever one it was.
Right. When it comes to whether you're Christian or whether you're Jewish, whether you're Muslim,
the sun is but the wheel of Apollo's chariot.
To the question of revelation, what that really means to me is that at a certain point you will have to take a leap of faith. And revelation is by necessity a faith-based proposition. If it were not, then you wouldn't have to have it. Revelation is the idea that God speaks to humanity in certain miraculous ways, whether it is,
if there's a creator of the universe and he's speaking through you, then he can go fuck himself. This is fucking horrible.
Yeah, why wouldn't he choose a less annoying fucking piece of shit mouthpiece than you?
Yeah, I feel like if there is a God, he would have a better taste.
God, the people that purport to be on his team are making him look bad.
Yeah,
you know
God, I feel bad for God when I see this kind of shit.
Or whether it is Jesus walking amongst us if you're a Christian, or whether it is Muhammad giving prophecy if you're a Muslim. Whatever your system of revelation, that inherently acknowledges that there is a gap between humanity and understanding of the universe that cannot be bridged without God reaching down to us. So the real question that you should ask yourself is not sort of the doctrinal question of how do I believe something that requires a faith-based leap. It's an informed leap of faith. Right? That's what I would say, is that
there's no such an informed leap of faith. That's like two totally contradictory fucking terms being very clumsily married together.
Well, you can certainly study the leap of faith that you're going to make before you do it, can't you?
You
can be
not
informed.
Really. Like the whole thing about leap of faith is it's supposed to be a blind fucking leap. It's not supposed to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do some like research. I love this fucking face. I've captured him on here too, by the way. I'm gonna do some intensive research. I'm gonna figure this stuff out, and then only when I've done the proper amount of research, then I will take my leap of faith. It's like, what? If you're researching, it's not a leap of faith.
There's no way.
His argument is actually the opposite. You're supposed to take the leap of faith and then research it. Once you've already committed yourself to a foregone conclusion, then
then you take it.
Then you start reading the Talmud. Then you really hit the books. You know what I mean? What do I believe?
There's no way to escape the question of this seems counterintuitive. This seems not linked with reason. The idea that God breaks.
I'm glad you would admit that. Basically, like this seems not linked with reason, but it is. You just have to have faith that it is, in fact,
the natural system and speaks directly to human beings. Right? That because you haven't seen it happen to you, for example. But the other reality is that you cannot live a life rooted in any sort of principle unless you also take that leap of faith. There are people, people I'm friends with, people like Sam Harris, who believe that you can create an entire moral construction without that leap of faith. I don't believe that's true. I think you're going to have to make certain assumptions about the universe that are faith-based leaps. And so
why?
It doesn't seem...
Why and which assumptions do you have to make? See, like, it's very easy to make this case when you don't provide any fucking examples. What leap of faith is it absolutely required for you to take in order to have a personal principle?
I don't know. I don't know, Paul. Who fucking knows anymore? I'm going to pull some of these Christian trailers so we can watch these because we're supposed to do that before this fucking shit comes to a conclusion here.
Oh boy. Well, we started the Christian zone. Now let's end in the Christian zone.
Claim that your ministry is
Quiet.
intolerant.
Stop talking, motherfucker. Goddamn. All right, here we go. Okay, so we got some trailers for some Christian movies here. Good stuff coming our way. Let's take a look at some of this shit because this is good. Good stuff, right? Okay, this one's the trailer for a movie called The Lion of Judah from Heritage Films.
Is it? Well, it's peculiar. That's what it is.
My name is Judah. I'm a lion. Dun, da, da.
Oh God, put it back in the fucking crate.
Could we have chosen a less appealing design for this character? Why does this horse have a ball sack on its fucking head?
Because this is just another cheaply made fucking Pixar ripoff.
This is our chance.
For what?
Now! Freedom!
Oh shit, Paul. One of the lambs is a mutant. Gonna have to put it down. It's fucking, look at it. Its face is all fucked up. It's all lumpy. Look at that thing, man. Fuck this.
Oh my God, what is this chicken doing? I don't like what's happening with this chicken's eyeballs.
Jerusalem is where the Passover festival is, I'm afraid.
A quest to save a lamb.
The ancient word says that the wages of sin is death.
Sounds like it's animated in the same fucking engine that Team Fortress 2 was made in fucking 15 years ago. It's ridiculous.
Look at this fucking, the pig is like phasing out of reality. What is going on?
Some real craftsmanship went into this one, man.
God has allowed it that something can take the place of man to pay for the things he's done wrong.
It's literally about this lamb is a sacrificial lamb, basically. Like,
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, God has allowed, us to kill lambs instead of, to pay for our sins, basically. Like, all right, you did some fucked up shit. Now it's time to murder this lamb to pay for it, I guess. What?
And a lamb on a quest to save the world.
How dare you desecrate the halls of the Lord's chosen?
You, the Lord's chosen.
Yeah, crows hate the Lord, even though they too are his creations.
Yeah, crows are black. That means
they don't
they're
like
bad.
That. Black things are bad.
White things are good, like a lamb, and black things like a crow are bad.
Oh.
Who didn't know us for sent from the ark to look for dry land?
A raven.
In an extraordinary salvation parable.
Raven? The king!
Well, this is really good stuff here.
I wish one of them would hit him with one of those fucking rocks and knock their heads off. Kill them.
What is this fucking... Look at how fucking bad this, texture...
It looks like they just photoshopped a picture of a baseball up close or whatever for their wall.
Yeah.
Wall's ridiculously straight, mathematically impossibly straight.
No fucking texture. I mean, they got texture to it, but it's there's no depth to it. It literally just looks like they took a fucking image of a sky and then found the first texture that came up when they were rock texture and then just did a straight line of that. It's and there we go. There's our fucking wall.
The king is on his way.
The news you all bring means the time of our cleansing is near.
Whose voice is that? I recognize that fucking voice. I know I do.
Do you?
Yeah. Who is that? I know that fucking voice.
Means the time of our cleansing is near.
That's fucking Michael Madsen, dude. It's Michael Madsen, I'm pretty sure.
That's not Michael Madsen, bro.
It fucking is, dude. Hold on.
No way. No way.
Lion of Judah. Is he in it? Let's see. Lion of Judah. Michael Madsen is boss. Yep.
Oh my God, bro. That's ridiculous that you heard Michael Madsen in this.
Yeah, I know. I knew that voice from somewhere.
Hey, sorry, there is one more of us. I keep telling them they'll never find him in this city.
Apparently Ernest Borgnine is in this shit too.
What the fuck?
The skies, boys. To the skies.
Oh my God, no.
Ugh.
What? Are you serious? I'm just gonna say that this music is copyrighted so we can move on. Can't listen to that one no more. Copyrighted music, you know. Son of God.
It's another animated one.
I don't think so.
Oh, thank goodness.
There's nothing to help with. What are you doing? Going fishing. I'm telling you.
Remember when Jesus was a
So Jesus is like a hot foreign model guy that you meet at a really expensive after party somewhere.
Yeah, he's like he's like the only Caucasian in the Middle East or whatever, and you know, he's just like very white, very pale skinned, you know, as people in that region tended to be.
Just join my fucking OnlyFans, mate.
And he's just like, "Hi, I'm Jesus. What's up? Yeah, all right.
Fishing. What are you doing?
I'm just going fishing, man. You know, just chilling out here on the fucking, you know, lake and shit, catching fish. You know what I mean?
There's no fish out there.
Oh, yes, there is. Today there is, for Jesus has said it so. How did you do that, Jesus? Surely you must be the Son of God.
How did this happen? Come with me. What are we gonna do?
Come with me if you want to live. Dun 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 dun.
We're gonna do some cocaine and then we're gonna butt fuck.
Your sins are forgiven, my son. I thought only God could do that. Which is easier, to say his sins are forgiven, or say, get up and walk?
I've had reports of a young prophet of Nazareth. It's rumored he works miracles. They all do.
Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Pray to him, and he will listen.
So just another one of these. Like, at what point are there enough of these? There's like 15 of these from
20 of them ago. I don't know. Yeah. Like it's been, yeah. Hey guys, what if we told the story of Jesus in film? It's like, haven't we done that before? We've done that already, right? We've done it. We don't need to do it anymore. It's good. We got it.
Why don't they have like a wacky plot line where Jesus gets like, you know, like somehow mixed up in the timeline and ends up in Los Angeles living with a teenager and his family? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a Harry and the Hendersons kind of Jesus thing.
Yeah, like Jesus is, you know, he's in modern day or whatever. You know?
Jesus is back, but he doesn't know where to start. No, Jesus, that spoon is for eating.
Yeah, they gotta like domesticate Jesus before they can even like present him to the world, you know?
5,000 came to see him.
Come on, Jesus, we'll get some Starbucks. What, forsooth, be a Starbuck? Mocha frappa latte for Jesus.
Unusual name for a white guy.
If you hunger for righteousness, you will be filled through me.
Through me. Those fish suck. They're like little tiny fish. Like you figure you'd get some like big meaty looking fish for this scene, right? Like look at these little minnows they got. I don't know. Apparently this is the part that people have watched the most, so we'll just go to the fucking most watched part here.
The temple.
Tell us.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Wait a minute. Does it show the horrible flaying, flogging, and torture of Jesus? Let's check. Oh, it does. Thank goodness. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so apparently people are like, yeah, this is my favorite part when they beat the fucking shit out of him.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. He was born, blah, blah, blah. Did some miracles, healed the blind, healed the... Oh, come on, get to the... Oh, yeah, here it is. My favorite part where they flay the skin off his back with a cat of 9 tails. Yeah.
Of God.
They love it.
It's a fucking sadist.
Beat him.
I am.
Beat him, yeah!
I wish I
Torture
could
him.
have been there to beat Jesus bloody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wish I could just fucking... Oh, he died for my fucking sins. It's so fucking hot, dude. Oh, my God. You seen that shit? Remember when they fucking flayed it and they beat the shit, put thorns on his head, they put nails through his fucking hands. Oh my God, he was all bloody and emaciated up there on that cross, suffering and writhing. Just like, oh, please, Father, why have you forsaken me? Oh my God, it's so fucking cool. Love it. Yeah, burn the city. Son of God. Yeah.
Dude, you could pull that on a fucking Christian person. Just be like, you know who are some good people? The people who brutally like tortured and eventually killed Jesus. They'd be like, oh, how could you say that? And I'd be so like, Jesus forgave him. Why can't you?
Yeah, that's true. He said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
Yeah.
How fucking horrible of you to fucking hold them accountable for the murder of Jesus when even Jesus himself forgave them. Really, those people are the greatest heroes, the greatest human beings to ever live because they saved us all, right? Because that was, if they hadn't murdered Jesus, apparently we'd still be fucked, I guess.
Yeah.
So they made the sacrifice for all of mankind. It's a good thing they did that, right?
He made the sacrifice to free us from the very rules that God created for us.
Yeah. Makes sense if you think
Gotta
about
love
it.
that shit, man.
James Ramar.
There are those who claim that your ministry is intolerant and may even threaten the freedom of others.
Freedom is fragile.
There's no fucking way that a woman with that haircut would be on that side of this issue. She'd be the one like, so some people say that your church is intolerant. What do you say to that, Reverend?
Yeah, she's definitely the Nancy Grace type.
Yeah, she would not be like this person like, oh, I'm actually concerned about these people that are upset by the things you've done.
And costly, and must be defended by work and by faith, and even by blood.
Now you're a minute. That's why I raised my son to be a serial killer.
Yeah, like blood? Like what the fuck, man? Oh,
people.
Is this like the Christians letting us know that they're about to rise up and kill us all?
Yeah, well, it's from 2014, so they gave us a fair warning.
Yeah, I guess so.
That means in 2024, that's when they're going to do the blood. There's this 10-year warning.
Yeah, 10 years to get ready.
Yeah.
Fully support this bill.
I cannot water down the gospel to advance anybody's political agenda.
All this talk of persecution, it's gonna die, and who's gonna be left standing? You are!
You cannot legislate the power of God.
He's not on board.
Mr. Luther, do you mind if we get a picture with my daughter? Big smile. Excellent.
The girl is dead, John. And they're saying that you killed her.
They framed, so like the plot is that he's like this like religious dude that's like telling the real true gospel shit, but then they try to frame him to like destroy him so that they can do their evil political corruption or whatever, I guess.
This is how they excuse it. When like, because so many of these fucking Christian pastors and shit, especially the more popular they get, the more likely it is that they're found with a hooker in their trunk at some point.
Right. And this is like, well, this is how that happens, you guys. You know, they fucking they frame them.
Kill anybody?
They're watching for you.
I haven't killed anybody, not yet. Not until the revolution of 2024.
There's nowhere else to go.
You're going to be charged with first-degree murder. I just want to see justice served.
I need your help.
Your husband.
Yeah, maybe it was all that walking around raving about how you're willing to fucking use, like, go to blood to defend your church or whatever the fuck that caused people to think this.
The film was widely panned by critics as one of the worst reviewed films of 2014. 0% on Rotten Tomato, 2.6 on Metacritic. New York Post review says the Lord works in mysterious ways, but persecuted works in blundering, obvious ways, straining a Christianity under attack theme through a dopey thriller. Yeah, I can see that.
He is coming home to this family.
I have a dream to unite the traditions of faith with one voice.
The arms of God aren't as far away as you might think.
Mr. President, John Luther is entirely your misfortune.
People are looking for a symbol. We'll get back up when they're knocked down.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Oh my God. The thing is they don't even make this guy seem like he's like a good guy. Like for this movie to even kind of work, you'd have to kind of like him. But
Right.
like they introduce him to you, he seems creepy and scary. So like all this seems kind of like justified to an extent, which kind of makes this not work at all. Also, the fact that that's Dexter's dad this is not helping me.
People out there and do so quietly.
They can't silence the truth.
Or can they? What an action thriller, for God.
Dun, dun, dun.
This one is called New World Order. The end has come.
Dude, I found a review of Persecuted on the Christian-run family guide to movies and entertainment called Movie Guide.
Cool.
And they
What
gave
did
it
they
3
say?
out of 4 stars, TJ.
Wow, okay. Fair enough.
It's a suspenseful political thriller, is what they say.
Amen. Finally, a suspenseful political thriller for us Christians. Oh, no.
Well, maybe it's fate.
Yeah, maybe. That doesn't look like the end. Is this... What? Where is it? The signs were all around.
Jesus Christ will return.
Are you ready?
I can't believe
No?
this is happening.
We heard on the news today that the mark is now mandatory.
The
Sick.
mark is now mandatory, dude.
I want to see this one.
Oh, yeah.
This one
Amen.
looks good.
The end has come. It's 2013, so you could probably watch this whole this whole movie is probably on YouTube. I'm telling you right now.
They accidentally make fun of themselves in this movie. I can just tell by like showing how crazy they're like what they actually believe
Because
is.
like the stuff they put in this, it's so laughable that you can't help but just like chortle at it. Let me see. New World Order full movie 2013. Gimme. Yep. Just as I fucking thought. It's on the whole goddamn thing is right on YouTube for anybody to go watch. 9.5 million views. Whoa.
Jeez.
Oh, you sap suckers, man. Oh, 89,000 thumbs up. These motherfuckers are so ridiculous. I'm scanning through this movie. There's like no budget. There's nothing in it. Oh my God, what the fuck is going on here?
That's usually what these movies end up being, is just like talking scene after talking scene after
Look at
talking
what the fuck is
scene.
going on here, dude.
Dude, what is that?
Look at this. What is happening? Whose fucking fetish fuel is this?
Whoever made this, of course.
They've got the mark, I guess, on their heads. One dude is like a suit wearing guy, and the other dude is just like a schlub. It looks like they just like took one of the catering guys and slapped the mark on him, you know?
Yep.
What's going on? The mark sucks.
Dude, the
you
mark
couldn't even
is...
come up with a cooler mark than that.
No.
That's the mark of the beast? Come on.
A cartoon NW, dude.
Oh, what am I? Oh, yeah. Oh, NWO. Okay. Yeah. I get it. All right. That looks stupid as fuck. Oh, God. Yeah. Die. Take that. That's how it ends. That's how it fucking ends. Powerful.
I knew this was gonna be a good movie, man.
Yeah, dude. The fucking marker that you took the mark of the beast. You won't take the mark, you get your head chopped off. That's how it is. That's how it is in the end times, y'all.
Had to be
mark
done.
of the fucking beast. If you get it, you go to hell. If you don't get it, you know, you're gonna die or whatever. I don't know. Here you go.
I'm not gonna take the mark, and neither are you. No, of course not.
Anybody who won't.
No, of course not.
Oh my god.
That was worth putting in your fucking trailer, bro. That was a trailer level read to you.
If that's trailer level, the rest of this must be unwatchable.
Supreme Chancellor himself is going to be speaking.
Oh yeah, that guy. No one's following that guy. No one is going to be like, yes, this is my leader. I love the leader. Yes, we must all take the mark upon our heads. Yay. This is so fucking dumb, bro. I wonder what the comments are like on this. Oh, they're turned off. Bastards.
Damn it.
Bastards. What about here? Oh, I'll also turn off there. Okay, whatever. This is the trailer for Christian Mingle, the movie.
Oh, no.
30 years old and only a couple of lousy short-term relationships under my belt. But it wasn't for lack of trying. I dated. The guy couldn't keep eye contact with me for 10 seconds.
So this is supposed to be like Sex in the City for Christians, I guess. Is that what's going on here?
Abstinence in the township.
Yeah.
Babe, if you're not careful, you're going to be the last one standing.
She had a great career, but was unlucky in love.
Knocking on one door, hoping another will open.
Thank you, Oprah.
Don't call me Oprah.
Finding her match.
Find God's match for you at ChristianMingle.com.
It's all just a big Christian Mingle commercial.
Yeah, it's like a Christian Mingle commercial that's full, like a full-length movie. Have you ever been like sitting around on watching TV and you saw a commercial for Christian Mingle and you were like, man, great commercial, but fuck, I wish it was like 2 hours long. You know? That if so, have we got the movie for you, man? Have we got the motion picture event of the summer for your ass to fucking enjoy? Oh, wait, what? What?
This is ridiculous.
She's not a Christian, but she wants a good Christian man for some stupid reason. And so she's going to pretend to be a Christian and then let me guess, she's going to actually become a Christian because she's going to realize that it's like the truth or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, and the big reason that they almost break up in the last third of the movie is going to be because he finds out she's not Christian.
Right, but then she is going to be Christian.
Right.
And it's going to be fine, I guess. I don't know.
You're right. This is wrong. This is wrong.
What's wrong? I'm Paul.
Paul.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
What's it got to be Paul?
Yeah, it's Paul. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Hayden.
This is weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fucking super weird. It's like the weirdest thing. Yes. It's uncomfortable is what it is.
It's a weird way to meet somebody.
It's a very strange new world.
But the stuff between never really changes. Family, joy, our love for the Lord.
It was like a fart.
Yeah.
Our love for the Lord.
I feel like that's a real reaction from this this actress here. There's really no way to hit the brakes on a friendly conversation with me harder than talking about loving the Lord. You know,
she went to Christian Mingle. I mean, I don't know what she wants, you know.
Yeah, I gotta love him. The Lord.
I hate this so much. This is not a thing that should exist in the world. This is really fucking bad.
He's a little like out of Leave It to Beaver, but you guys, he was so charming.
He didn't seem very charming to me. I don't know. Yeah, they're fucking like bargain basement Wanda Sykes here doing her fucking shtick. You got the fucking Sex in the City fucking girls abstinence.
They couldn't afford Monique, so they got this chick,
whoever the fuck this is. And then you know, what else happens? Yeah, Lacey Chabert is in it, you know, and blah 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 blah. Coming to theaters, and then some chick talks to you for a minute. I don't know. That's that. That's that shit. That's that shit. Now we have one last thing before we go, but I have to piss, so you're gonna have to fucking unless you have to take another emergency.
Nope, I'm fine. You
All
go
right.
for it.
Regale the people for a minute.
Could this be improved by making everyone juggalos? Yes. But that's true of pretty much anything. Pretty much anything can be improved by replacing the characters with juggalos. I would definitely be way more likely to watch one of these movies if it was like a juggalette that couldn't find the right juggalo, so she goes on christianjuggalo.com or whatever and finds her one that knows that God is real and we've always been behind him and all that shit. I'd watch that for sure. I feel like one of the things I'm going to kick myself for in life is that I never went to a gathering of the Juggalos. You know what I mean? I've wanted to go, unironically, like just as an observer more than anything. Like I want to live like a Juggalo for a couple of days and see what's what. You know what I mean? Do whippets and take shots off of some dirty stripper snatch and just do juggalo shit. Walk down the street winking at freaks with a 2-liter stuck in my butt cheeks. I'm sure there is like a juggalo dating site. Let me see if there is one, dude. Juggalo dating.
Juggalomingle.com.
Yeah, dude, juggalo dating site. There's got to be a juggalo dating.
Like most
Juggalove, yep. It's called Juggalove.
Whoa.
It's the fastest growing juggalo juggalette relationship site on the web.
Finally.
Juggalove.com. Whoop, whoop.
Finally, dude. That's beautiful. It's a beautiful story of love. So anyway, speaking of beautiful stories, me and Jordan Peterson now can commiserate. Although he was never actually banned from Twitter. So unlike Jordan Peterson, I actually was banned from Twitter. He just had to delete a tweet to be unsuspended.
Well, you're not banned. You're just suspended, right?
No, I'm perma-banned. They're just like fuck you.
They're just done with you. They
perma
you.
Like, we're done with your ass. We're done with your bitch ass. But he's not really. He just has to delete something. But I guess I crossed the line one too many times with him or something.
You tempted fate, TJ.
Yeah. But here's Jordan Peterson bitching and moaning about his Twitter ban. Let's see.
I'd rather you give your rant about being banned from Twitter than listen to his fucking bullshit.
Well, I did it yesterday on my stream on my channel. But basically what it boils down to is there was a dude who fucking was on he was on Facebook. It was a Facebook guy freaking out about a Mexican dude or a Hispanic dude wearing a shirt that says "Relax, gringo, I'm legal." And this dude goes off in this like crazy tangent about like, you will not call me a gringo. I am an American, and you will not disrespect me. And if you have been unfairly judged in the past, it's because of the actions of your people and what you have done. So go back home to fucking go back to your home country. Get out of America, you piece of shit. Blah, blah, blah. Even though it's like the dude says it right on his shirt, he's legal. So he is a fucking American citizen or whatever. So, I'm just like, this dude's fucking racist as fuck. So I went on there and I was like, basically, I think it's because I called him a gringo. I was just like, look at this fucking butthurt gringo and all this bullshit. And they're just like, nope. And I sent him, I did a couple of appeals. One where I was just like, I'm obviously not prejudiced against gringos. I'm a fucking gringo, dude. They're just like, we don't care. Actually, I don't even know if a human being has seen it because they sent me the same form rejection letter both times. Just like, here you go. It's like, all right. But, Chelsea was saying to me the other day, like, it's probably a good thing anyway, because Twitter is a fucking cesspool. So I was like, all right.
It is.
I don't really like the fact that it happened, but you're probably ultimately right. But we can at least check out is this the one where he says, fuck you, fuck off, woke moralist or whatever the fuck? Or
I'm pretty sure this is, yes.
That go along with that. So by acquiescing to this surgery and by publicizing it, and by insisting upon the sanctity and the moral virtue of his, her, their new, expensive, dangerous, and
is it? Where is it? I want to hear him say, fuck up yours, woke moralist, or
ideology to scalpel. Is that not a true moral hazard?
I don't know, is it?
And I'm not taking down that tweet or acknowledging that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
I mean, that's all you need.
Oh my God, man.
It's never going to get old for me. I need that as a drop on my soundboard. I need to be able to pull that anytime I want. I literally go around now and I just like I pepper my conversation with that. I don't always say woke moralist, you know.
Up yours, woke moralist.
Like, well, actually, I do always say woke moralist, but I don't. I vary what I say after that. Like, instead of like, we'll see who cancels who. You know, it'll be, you know, like, I don't know. Chelsea will like sit in my spot or something. It's like, we'll see who sits in. We'll see who sits where or whatever the fuck. You know, I'll just like modify it.
Right.
But I go around doing this shit now, so this is like a thing. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Does he get all riled up and call everybody sons of bitches at some point too?
Maybe.
Is that not a true moral hazard?
Uh-huh.
And I'm not taking down that tweet or acknowledging that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Imagine if you were like, just imagine being the kind of person who at that moment was like, yeah, get him.
Dude, I can't even imagine it. I'm so thankful when I see shit like this that I was raised in the very peculiar way I was, because I can't imagine being a person who was like jazzed by this. This is sad, weird, and above all, cringe with a capital C.
Oh my God, I love it. It's just like the lamest, like I've never heard someone try so hard and fail so bad at sounding fucking cool and badass as that moment.
This is like the like philosophy neckbeard meme that used to get thrown around the atheists, you know what I mean? Like
the fucking like
I'm enlightened
wearing
by my intelligence or whatever shit.
Mm-hmm.
But in real life, like there's actually a person that could be parodied that is on that level of cringe now. Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, the old neckbeard meme. Someone should just put Jordan Peterson's exact words over that meme for me. It's not really a meme format that's used anymore, but like it would totally fit. Yes. Up yours, woke moralists.
Twitter's a rat hole in the final analysis.
Well, I agree with him on that.
Where were you doing hanging around a rat hole?
He's not even gone. I'm pretty sure he's still there doing stuff. He's after he made this big display about I'm not taking down the tweet. I'm pretty sure he did. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure he went ahead and just did it. Anyway, hold on. Let me see if I'm wrong about that. Because I can still actually use my Twitter account. I just can't do anything. Like it's like a read-only Twitter account, but I can still go look for his ass. Jordan Peterson. Let me see. When was his last tweet? Yeah, I guess he hasn't tweeted since June. But this is from July 1st. So yeah, okay. That tracks. So he hasn't been back since then. So good on him. Good on you, Jordan. Stuck by your principles, man. Good job.
Use, understand, and master that horrible, toxic platform. No doubt I owe some apologies for that, and I'm trying to learn. But it's a relief in some real sense to be banned. And I regard it.
You aren't really banned, though. Like, that's the thing is, like, you could just delete the tweet and you could be back, like, tomorrow. Like, it's not a big deal. You weren't even, like, really actually banned. You know? Like, you didn't even do anything to get, like, banned from Twitter. You're just...
Well, he's not going to do it because...
you just won't comply with, like, this... Like, you've basically decided, like, because I can't say this exact thing in this exact way that I want to, I'm just going to silence myself completely on this platform, which is, like, really weird. But, hey, you do you,
more
bro.
power to you. I think more people like Jordan Peterson should do the same.
Yeah.
Get yourself banned and disappear into the ether so that none of the rest of us have to hear from you ever again. Thanks.
Sounds good. I've done it. Will Jordan Peterson match me? Yeah, Jordan, you should come back on Twitter and just get yourself the proper permaban. Delete that tweet, but then come back and post the most offensive rule-breaking screed ever,
To just come back, but in full Halloween vampire makeup and regalia, like Bela Lugosi'd out, and just say his name is Porden Jeterson, dude. Nobody'll know.
Yeah. Just put on a fake mustache and some glasses, be like, I am Porden Jeterson. Oh, man, yeah. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed Onion Nuggets. That pretty much concludes our show today. That's all we got for you.
That's it. We're tapped out.
You don't have to go home. Actually, you do have to go home. Go home. Go home, everybody. Bye.
Bye.